I felt like he was attacking George W. Bush as much as Joe Biden when he went after NAFTA and the Iraq War. I mean, those are issues that, frankly, one was identified closely with George W. Bush, the Iraq War. Bill Clinton championed NAFTA, but it actually got more support from Republicans back then than it did Democrats. So in a way, it was almost weird to put Joe Biden as the face of those two big issues. And look, this is why Donald Trump picked J.D. Vance. I mean, first of all, he has a very compelling story. It was made into his book, best-selling book. I think it was very compelling to hear him talk about his grandmother, his mama, who helped raise him.
It's pronounced Mama, as the country folks say.
Mama.
Can I just say I grew up in Texas, not Appalachia, but my maternal grandmother was a Mama.
Okay, so Mama. But his old mother was also, who was 10 years sober, also in the house, and it was very moving to see her and him give tribute to his mother. So, in a very effective speech, I think, by J.D. Vance. But I think the bigger story is the substance and how he's speaking from a different hymnal than most Republicans have on this convention stage.
Let's bring in Fox News Radio's Washington, D.C. correspondent, Jared Halpern. What about that? What is it, the horseshoe effect that we sometimes see? What was once in one party is now sort of merging with some aspects of the other party. You were pointing out that J.D. Vance has, in fact, worked with Elizabeth Warren, Senator Warren, on banking regulation.
What's notable even that Elizabeth Warren was, I think, on The View this week kind of reacting to the pick, and she did what she had to do in kind of criticizing him, but also pointed that out, right, that he and I worked together on this, because there is an economic populism strain in both parties right now. A lot of it has to do with, that sort of anti-NAFTA, anti-free trade, the 80s and 90s when these jobs were shipped overseas and destroyed so many of these communities that happened in the part of the country that Elizabeth Warren grew up in as well. And so both of them, certainly on most issues, are far afield from each other. But on some of these economic issues, there is a populist strain, and it is one that Donald Trump really sensed and picked up on in 2016. It is why he became president of the United States, and it is why this Republican convention has sounded so different than the Republican conventions of a decade and a half ago.
Yeah, J.D. Vance is almost like his life story sounds almost like the poster of what Donald Trump had been talking about in 2016. It almost makes you kind of think about how J.D. Vance used to not be such a fan of the former presidents. But let me talk a little bit about the emotion of the night with both of you. We heard from Donald Trump Jr. about how he feels his father's still alive. Both he and J.D. Vance said that the night should be about hope. Donald Trump Jr. said that the shooting shows that Trump is tough, that there's tough and then there's Trump tough. And he said, and America is Trump tough. And that got a roaring applause. J.D. Vance said America's best days are ahead. Did that do what it needed to do beyond the crowd? What you need the hope, you need the optimism, you need the forward-looking excitement, right?
Well, yeah, I mean, Don Jr. is the one who's going to project toughness. I don't know how effectively, to be honest with you, but that's his brand. That's his dad's brand, frankly. But and I know we're going to be talking about this in a little bit, but I think the bigger takeaway from the last two nights is that there were a lot more speakers trying to humanize Donald Trump, trying to show the softer side of Donald Trump. Whether it was tonight, it was his granddaughter, his oldest granddaughter Kai spoke very compellingly and talked about how she talks golf. She's an accomplished golfer in her own right, but she talks to her granddad about. That was so
cute when she said that when she tells her grandfather Donald Trump about her golf game, he always has to then tell her about his.
Yeah, it's kind of funny. And look, and you also heard last night from Governor Huckabee Sanders and a lot of other people advocating for or talking about the more softer side of Donald Trump.
The other part of that is you ask about kind of the forward-looking optimism. That is what campaigning is about. Campaigning is about presenting a vision for the future. One of the criticisms of the Trump campaign before Saturday night had been that it was very backwards-looking, that it was relitigating the 2020 election, that it was airing all of these grievances from years past, and it did not have a very forward-looking vision. What you have heard over the last three nights is a much more forward-looking agenda, and those messages are important in campaigns.
One thing I thought was kind of amusing when J.D. Vance was finishing his speech and the music started playing, the song "Don't Stop Thinking About Tomorrow" by Fleetwood Mac.
That was Clinton's song, by the way.
That's exactly right. Bill Clinton
That
ran.
should really be every campaign song.
It's a great
right?
song. It's a great Fleetwood Mac song. This was actually a house band.
It was the house band playing
it, but that was, think about 1992. It's a lot different a campaign, but the message that Clinton effectively
I come
channeled,
from a place called Hope.
right? Also from a blue collar town. Also talking about the future. Joe Biden is 81 years old. We don't even know if he's going to be.
It's hard to talk about the future.
It's hard to, and J.D. Vance in a different way was talking about his own blue collar roots in a town called Middletown, Ohio, and speaking about the future.
And he's 39 years old, so he can talk about the future in a way that feels, I think, a little bit more sincere than hearing, much older men like former President Trump and President Biden talking about the future.
I don't want to end without recognizing the powerful and emotional moments of the evening. The parents of Omar Nutra, who's still being held hostage by Hamas, the Gold Star families who lost their sons and daughters in the Afghanistan Abbey Gate bombing during the withdrawal. As devastating as it was to hear from them, that politically is being used by Republicans to argue that several other foreign policy matters arose after that for President Biden due to perceived weakness because of that withdrawal.
Yeah, I mean, look, Democrats are vulnerable on the issue of Israel because they have a very outspoken left wing, anti-Israel left wing that has not been clear spoken about anti-Semitism that's been on the rise in the United States. And that was a big theme tonight at the Republican convention. And you had a Harvard student who has been harassed, subjected to anti-Semitic hate on Harvard's campus routinely after October 7th. And look, the issue of allowing Israel to fight a terrorist organization, I mean, that's a big debate within the administration, within the Democratic Party. Biden has generally been supportive of Israel and its policies against Hamas.
But he's expressed frustration as well.
But, sometimes his rhetoric it's not as clear as what we heard at the Republican convention tonight. I mean, I think hearing the hostage family's pain, you don't always hear that these days from the president as much as he could be talking about it. So, those are issues that are my big question is whether we're going to have a hostage family speaking at the Democratic convention. Is there going to be a similar mood in the Democratic hall, remembering the plight of the hostages?
All right, Jared, before we talk about tonight and the big speech we expect from the former president, let's talk a little bit about our current president. There's a lot of breaking news this week, sort of culminating in some big Democratic Party figures now maybe getting more involved in asking President Biden to reconsider being the nominee.
Tell you what, when Josh says his question about the Democratic convention is whether or not you see some of these hostage families speak, my big question about the Democratic convention is who is the nominee going to be coming out of it, which is not the story that Democrats want the week of the Republican convention. Right now, listen, we should be clear. President Biden has not given any indication that he is going to step aside. He has been very, very forceful in the way that he has talked about that. I have been in the room with him.
His spokesman issued a statement today to Fox saying he is the nominee.
He is the nominee.
Right.
That being said, there is an awful lot of Democrats who are very publicly calling for him to step aside. Adam Schiff, the Senate candidate in California, a member of the House of Representatives, a close ally, lieutenant of Speaker Pelosi, former Speaker Pelosi, coming out and saying that is a almost sea change kind of approach. And so I don't know how tenable it is. It is going to be very odd if these Democrats who are calling for his ouster are on the floor of the Chicago convention in a few weeks chanting 4 more years, Joe, Joe, Joe. That's going to be a weird dynamic.
Can you even imagine if Biden is nominated? I mean, how the speakers... Oh, sorry. The Democrats speaking out against Biden are going to have to come out.
What did delegates say?
For Biden, it's hard to imagine. And look, I think now that you have seen these leaks come out from the speaker, from Senator Schumer, there's no looking back. You've either damaged irreparably the chances of your nominee, or you got to remove him. And then I think we're rapidly heading to that point.
All right, gentlemen. Finally and briefly, what do we expect to hear tonight from the former president himself, just days after almost losing his life?
I don't know. That is what is so compelling about this. To Josh's point, we've talked a little bit about this. Unifying is not always the word that comes to mind when describing former President Trump, but Listen, this assassination attempt was a life-changing moment for him, and I will be fascinated to see how he delivers his speech, the words, the language he uses, how long he speaks for, and kind of what his message is, given all of the chaos and confusion that is now emerging with the Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think this is a golden opportunity. You hate to look at what happened on Saturday and the assassination attempt against Donald Trump, and then, boy, we're less than a week later, and this is a chance for this race to be reset in a different way. Donald Trump has said he ripped up his old speech. This is going to be something totally new. I do think it's an opportunity for Donald Trump to, it's hard to say, reintroduce himself to the American. He's well known. He's not known as an
But you know,
as a
Josh,
unifier.
after a near-death experience, you might very well be that changed that you are a new person in many ways.
And this election is going to be a game of inches. And if Donald Trump can convince enough Americans that he's not the same Donald Trump that we've seen on our TV screens, that there's sort of a kinder, gentler Donald Trump, as some of his allies and family members and surrogates are trying to convince us of.
Yeah.
If he makes that case and he's like, give a good speech, that could make the difference in this race.
Josh Grasshauer, Jared Halpern, thanks for joining me.
Thank you, Jess.
Free speech lives here. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at AbacusPays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at AbacusPays.com.
Not all policies will qualify. Not available in all states.
Feeling congested? At Navage, we know life is better when you can breathe freely. Congestion shouldn't ruin your summer. That's why people just like you turn to Navage, a revolutionary and easy way to help clear nasal passages. Using gentle suction, Navage removes allergens, dust, and mucus in just 30 seconds. It's fast, gentle, and incredibly effective. Try Navage and get on your way to a better day. Get Navage at Walmart, Walgreens, Sam's Club, CVS, Rite Aid, Target, or online at Navage.com. Navage. Breathe better, fast.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more power of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898. 800-700-6898 or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
Texting enrolls you in recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Tired of wasting your money on testosterone booster products that just don't work? We don't blame you. That's why Nugenix Total T lets you try before you buy. Just text CAR to 369-369 to claim your complimentary sample. Why have millions of men already trusted Nugenix for a man-boosting increase in their testosterone levels? Well, nothing else is like it. It contains Tesnor, a key ingredient shown to work. Nugenix Total T boosts free and total testosterone levels to help you feel better at work, in the gym, and in the bedroom. It's the #1 doctor-recommended brand and #1 at GNC and #1 at Walmart. But don't take our word for it. Try before you buy. If it works, keep using it. If not, keep the sample. You've got nothing to lose, but you could gain energy, muscle, drive, even more passion. Text CAR to 369-369. Do it now, and we'll also send you a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever. Absolutely free. Text CAR to 369-369.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
What is dedication?
My biggest fear in the middle of my addiction was that my kids wouldn't have a father. And I started thinking, you know what? This isn't my story. I definitely had to become a better man to be a better father. It's important to me that my kids are empowered and truly believe that if they can think it, they can do it.
That's dedication. Visit fatherhood.gov to hear more. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Don't let them silence you. Follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
Now, a look at what's happening from the Fox News Rundown.
Good morning. It's Thursday, July 18th. This is the Fox News Rundown. Final night of the Republican National Convention on tap in Milwaukee this evening, with former President Trump expected to deliver a speech with a focus on unity. Last night, his vice presidential pick, J.D. Vance, officially accepted the nomination.
My friends, tonight is a night of hope, a celebration of what America once was, and with God's grace, what it will soon be again.
This as the investigation continues into the Trump assassination attempt last weekend. Last night, GOP Senators Marsha Blackburn and John Barrasso said they confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle at the RNC, saying she can run, but she cannot hide, referring to the Secret Service's response to the shooting. No public appearances scheduled for President Biden today after he tested positive yesterday for COVID. He's isolating and recovering with mild symptoms at his home in Delaware. This as former Speaker of the House Nancy Pelosi has reportedly reached out to the president, telling him he cannot defeat Donald Trump and to step aside and not drag down other candidates on the Democratic ticket seeking re-election. I'm Sue Guzman on the Fox News Rundown.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
With COE, afternoons 3 to 7, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. I want to tell you about a huge Politics and Pints, really huge. I'm bringing to town on July 30th to the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood, New Jersey, Don Trump Jr. We'll talk the election, State of the Union, all the recent events, cash bars, soft drinks, wine, and the like. You don't want to be shut out on this one. Don Trump Jr. Go to 1210WPHT.com, 1210WPHT.com.
This is Dr. Marianne Ritchie, your radio doctor. Every Saturday afternoon at 5, I talk with doctors and medical specialists from around the country to discuss the latest information about heart disease, cancer prevention, topics in women's health, pediatrics, mental health, and more. Then you can make better decisions for yourself and your loved ones. Your radio doctor, Saturdays at 5, here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, because your health is your wealth.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, one click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Look through your children's eyes, and you'll see the true magic of a forest. It's a storybook world for them. You look and see a tree. They see the wrinkled face of a wizard with arms outstretched to the sky. They see treasure in pebbles. They see a windy path that could lead to adventure. When they discover the forest, their imagination is inspired by the smell of pine, the crunch of leaves beneath their feet, the sound of birds calling out for attention. And they see you, their fearless guide through this fascinating forest world. You are the hero in this book. This is a memory being made. This is what they will laugh about years from now. These are the roots, grounding and nourishing them.
Find a forest near you and start exploring at discovertheforest.org. Then look through your children's eyes and discover the magic all around you. That's discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the United States Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Click this link now to review my bank transfer. I didn't make a bank transfer. Ugh, another phishing message. Are you frustrated by these too? So much of our lives are online today. To make sure my information is protected, I checked out CISA's Secure Our World resources. They've got 4 simple ways we can stay safe online. First, learn to recognize and report phishing. Next, create a strong, unique password for each online account, and use a password manager if you can. Then turn on multi-factor authentication for extra security, and you'll receive a code when logging in. And finally, turn on automatic software updates for convenience and safety. Click here to track my delivery. Another phishing message. But now I know how to protect myself from scammers, and you can learn too. Go to CISA at cisa.gov/secure our world for more quick, easy tips to be safer online.
Children are the greatest joy and our best hope for a better future. Friends, they are the future. But did you know that millions of kids right here in our own backyard are facing hunger every day? Without healthy food, it's harder to grow, to thrive, to feel their best.
The impact when children don't have enough to eat is tremendous because when you're hungry and your basic needs aren't being met, you cannot learn.
Every child deserves to be fed. This is a problem we know how to solve. Food is not just food. It's energy, health, confidence, hope, and even love. Yes, love.
Breakfast in the classroom contributes to kids being more focused, which leads to higher grades, and simply just their well-being.
Thank you! Learn more about how No Kid Hungry is helping end child hunger in America at helpnokidhungry.org.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now, the latest from Fox Business.
I'm Maria Bartiromo, and this is the Fox Business Report.
A day of extreme highs and lows on Wall Street Wednesday as the Dow gained 244, closing over 41,000 for the first time ever. Its third straight record close and 22nd of the year. But the Nasdaq lost 512, its worst day since December 15th, 2022. The S&P 500 was down 79. United Airlines second quarter profits rose to $1.32 billion as record travel demand offset labor and fuel costs, but United has warned that third quarter results will fall short because of the large number of U.S. flights has airlines cutting prices to fill seats. Today we'll get the June report on the leading U.S. economic indicators, as well as this week's details on unemployment claims. and earnings reports today from Alaska and American Airlines and Netflix. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Kevin Uretsky, invested in you.
This is the Fox News Rundown.
Well, the spotlight tonight is on former President Trump's speech. When the Republican convention ends, the focus will be back on President Biden, who's now off the campaign trail at home in Delaware the day after this happened.
The president has been at many events, as we all know, and he just tested positive for COVID.
Janet Murguia, the CEO of Unidos US, announced that to the crowd waiting to hear the president at a gathering in Las Vegas of the nation's largest Latino advocacy group. So he went to his home in Rehoboth, Delaware to recover after already taking Paxlovid to treat COVID in his second case. President Biden was infected with the virus in July 2 years ago and then was hit with a COVID rebound right after recovering. All of this adds to the worry about the president's mental fitness. Congressman Adam Schiff, who's running for Senate in California, became the latest Democrat to call for a Biden dropout yesterday before the COVID news broke, citing serious concerns he can beat former President Trump, who Schiff claims would undermine our democracy if elected again. Congressman Andy Kim, a U.S. Senate candidate in New Jersey, tells MSNBC's Morning Joe,
I think that there is room for us to have tough conversations with each other. We should do it now.
Many Democratic voters agree. A new AP NORC poll out yesterday shows almost 2/3 of them think President Biden should stop running for re-election, wanting a different nominee, not confident that he has the mental capability to continue doing the job effectively.
They think that President Biden is going to have real difficulty articulating and enumerating the reasons for why he's a better candidate.
Harold Ford Jr. is co-host of The Five on the Fox News Channel, a Democrat who used to be in Congress representing Memphis, Tennessee, and we spoke before the Biden COVID diagnosis.
I think Democrats are worried that President Biden, in light of the debate performance, some of his press conferences, and even an interview or two in the last several days, particularly the NBC interview with Lester Holt, that he may not be up to the task. So we shall see. I think some Democrats who are maybe opposed to it are signaling their opposition is predicated on how difficult and how messy it may be to replace the nominee. And they're using all kinds of arguments. And I understand that. But I think for a lot of Democrats, I think some of them believe that the really hard thing and the really messy thing would be if we didn't put up a serious and passionate and robust set of ideas to compete with President Trump and Senator Vance here in the fall. So we shall see. I don't think that the issue is settled. The contrast between our ticket, the Democratic ticket, and the Republican ticket has become even starker because Senator Vance, President Trump has chosen somebody who at 39 or 40 years old will be over the next many years to lead the Republican Party. So I think a lot of that, the Vance choice, I think really sharpened this for a lot of Democrats, particularly those that might not have been so much in favor of considering a new nominee.
Now the president had said, and I think it was in one of these interviews, that, look, with age comes wisdom, and he's been doing this a long time, and so he keeps making the case that his record shows that he's the right and only Democrat to do this, and he's beaten Donald Trump once before. He's the only one to do that, and he'll do it again.
Well, the way I look at it is he is smart. He does have a lot of experience. And Joe Biden has had a great career. I was in Congress when he was in the Senate, and he was kind enough to take me on trips when we visited the Middle East and Afghanistan when the war started after 9/11. And I had an opportunity to see how caring and smart and strategic he was in his thinking in meetings with our military leaders as well as Middle East leaders who were our allies at the time. But he's a different guy than he was today than he was then. I think for him to say that he's the only person that can do it, I think maybe a little myopic. And as much as he did do it, I just don't think he's the only person to be able to do it. And certainly his most recent performances, public performances, interviews, debate, suggest that maybe as much as he thinks that, maybe that's just not the case.
All right, well, let's hear. This is President Biden from the BET interview on Tuesday. He talked about what would prompt him to stop running for re-election.
If I had some medical condition that emerged, if the doctors came to me and said, you got this problem, that problem. But I made a serious mistake in the whole debate. And look, when I originally ran, you may remember it, I said I was going to be a transitional candidate. And I thought that I'd be able to move from this, just pass it on to someone else. But I didn't anticipate things getting so divided.
But Harold, he vowed 4 years ago to unite the country before the questions about his mental fitness got as intense as they are now.
I don't put all the blame on him as to why the country is not united. I think one of the challenges that the president has today is that he's not offered a set of ideas or a vision that can unite us. And I just happen to think the election is so important. And I think a lot of Democrats, I would put myself more in the camp of those Democrats who want to see if we can make a change. If you want to be the nominee of the party, and he argues that he got the 14 million votes, but if you look at the polling, almost two-thirds of Democrats want a different nominee. So if you're going to say 14 million voters voted for you in the primary, I asked the question, had those same voters, all of those voters, had they seen how he performed in that debate, would they have voted for him?
And he didn't have a serious challenger. He had a couple. Then Robert F. Kennedy Jr. left the race and is running as an independent. There wasn't a strong candidate. Like people have talked about some of these replacements like a Gavin Newsom or Gretchen Whitmer. They were not on the ballot in the primaries.
Right. No doubt about it, because people didn't see this. I just didn't see the kind of state of mind that he has. Look, even in that interview you just played, I didn't hear reasons other than he believes that he's the only person that can beat Trump. In fact, the polling suggests otherwise. The polling suggests in the battleground states that, unfortunately, President Biden is lagging, and that maybe another candidate would be more formidable against and might even be able to beat President Trump. I think the real question for Democrats over the next several days and next few weeks, it's getting, the window is closing here because of the schedule, the convention schedule, is are you willing to take a gamble on a candidate who is not the same candidate he was 4 months ago, certainly not 4 years ago, and maybe not even 4 weeks ago, and risk not only the presidency, but some of the down ballot races, including some of the critical Senate races and even House races where Democrats think they have an opportunity to gain a majority.
Adding to the urgency and drama for Democrats, a plan by the National Committee to nominate President Biden in a virtual roll call before the convention that starts a month from tomorrow. Why? To sidestep a potential problem in Ohio, where in order to be on the November ballot, the president would have to be the nominee by August 7th. The state has changed the law recently to avoid that, but party officials fear a legal challenge. Some Democrats in Congress have sent a letter urging the DNC to cancel that virtual nomination. Writing in the letter, it curtails legitimate debate and contradicts President Biden himself, telling lawmakers in recent days that anyone who wants to challenge his nomination should do so at the convention.
If I were in Congress, I would sign that letter. And even I'm in Congress, I would be willing. I'd put my name on that letter. But I don't think it's the right thing to do. And I think you're going to find a number of Democrats that are going to be opposed. Because I think at the end of the day, to me, elections are serious exercises. And they're serious exercises if you have a serious vision and a serious set of things you want to do. And it's a contrast with the other side. If I agreed with everything that President Trump and Senator Vance wanted to do in Project 2025 and all of the other things that they're associated or aligned with, I wouldn't have a problem with it. The problem is I disagree with those things, and I don't believe as a Democrat that we're putting up our best chance to defeat them. Now, here's the thing. If we have a mini convention, Democrats, you open it up, and President Biden ought to be able to run for it. I'm not saying he shouldn't be able to compete for it. All I'm saying is now that we have this new information, we should open this thing back up.
All right, now that you're in Milwaukee, the Republican convention all week, the focus is on unity, especially after the Trump assassination attempt over the weekend, and he's got his big speech on Thursday night. It's a very different situation with Democrats a month before their convention. Who would you support? How do you go about replacing President Biden if that's the case?
I do like Gretchen Whitmer. I do like Andy Beshear. I do like Wes Moore. I do like Josh Shapiro. I do like Gavin Newsom. I'd be open-minded to all of it. I do like, forgive me, Vice President Harris. I should have said that first. I'd want to hear from all of them. And again, it will be a short window for us to hear from them. But I think the country would be in tune to it. I mean, would be listening to it, much like the country is listening to Republicans here in Milwaukee. And to your question about the process would be a mini convention, and let the delegates make that determination based on how these candidates present, what they would do for the country, and how they would match up against President Trump and Senator Vance.
What do you think is going to happen? President Biden has not been able to silence these calls for him to step down, even with what happened on Saturday with the Trump assassination attempt. Do you believe that 1 month from now he will be nominated again?
I had to bet today. I'd say no. The age of the president continues to be a dominant factor on voters' minds. Affordability, the price of food and gasoline and clothes and electronics as kids get ready to go back to school. I think people are going to be thinking about that and who has the best set of ideas. I think Democrats have some pretty good ideas on how we deal with some of these things, but unfortunately, President Biden has not been able to articulate them in a strong enough way. Building on that, you go right into the second part, which is the polling. How does the president look a few days from now after the Republican convention when you have your first slate of polls in those battleground states? Will he have slipped more? And if you look at the polling that we've seen over the last few days from some of our rival networks and even our own network, President Biden is now slipping in states that were thought of as strongholds, including New Mexico and Colorado and Maine. So I think that Democrats won't stand for that because we know what's at stake in this election. And I say that not as a partisan. I say that as someone, I believe when Republicans put forward their best foot, even if I don't agree with some of the things they're saying, and Democrats put forward their best foot, ultimately the country wins. But if one side can't even put forward its best foot, I think you're left with a really lopsided kind of conversation and an unfortunate and unfair debate about where the country where the country will be headed, and who the people are that will take the country in that direction. So I think we're looking. If I had to bet today, I think it's likelier that Democrats change their nominee than stick with the nominee we have right now.
Harold Ford Jr., co-host of The Five on the Fox News Channel, former congressman, a Democrat who used to represent Memphis, Tennessee. Great to talk to you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Wake up with Kayal and Company. Mornings 6 till 10. Talk Radio 1210.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See JobraEnhance.com/try for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhance Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home. All done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhance Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
It's common knowledge that after age 30, our metabolism changes. We have less energy and gain weight easier. There's a way to feel better, not in years or months, but sometimes in just days.
I'm Chuck Norris. I tried everything. Working with a team of health experts, we came up with Morning Kick. Morning Kick is a revolutionary new formula that combines all my favorite supplements into one daily drink.
Morning Kick has probiotics to help you lose weight, prebiotics for digestion, superfoods for muscles and joints, and powerful anti-aging supplements. It'll help you feel youthful, energized, and helps manage stress.
I look and feel better than I have in years.
Go to roundhouseprovisions.com, use code CORE, or text CORE to 511-511 and claim 40% off. Roundhouseprovisions.com, code CORE.
Every purchase comes with our 90-day money-back guarantee. You could be feeling these changes within just a couple of days.
Text CORE to 511-511.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Message and data rates may apply. Paid for by Roundhouse Provisions.
Virtua Health Health, real patients, real doctors, real complex cases. Take one.
Open heart surgery, tear in my aorta.
The most complex cases come to us at Virtual Health.
I'm sure I wouldn't have been here without you.
Being a 45-year-old, not being able to walk up one flight of stairs, I had no idea I was in heart failure.
Virtua is a premier heart failure center in South Jersey.
They changed my life. It's truly a blessing.
Want to follow our stories? Go to virtua.org. Virtua Health, here for good.
Tired of your old kitchen or bathroom? Then you need to give Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity and a tub shower conversion, you'll love that new bathroom. Plus an industry-leading warranty, a 10-year recipient of Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing with 10% off your remodel. Get your free in-home consultation today at kitchenmagic.com. That's kitchenmagic.com.
Philo's got a world of entertainment for you to explore with just one subscription. Sign up today and start watching all the networks you love, like A&E, MTV, Discovery, VH1, TLC, Lifetime, Hallmark Channel, and so much more. Featuring current seasons of all the best drama, true crime, reality, and family-friendly shows you can't afford to miss. And with up to 3 streams at once, you'll never have to fight about what to watch. Get started today and unlock our library of over 75,000 movies and shows, and save all your favorites with the unlimited DVR, so you can rewatch them anytime, anywhere, for up to a year. Philo now includes access to AMC Plus. You can discover your next obsession from its collection of hit originals like Mad Men, The Walking Dead, Killing Eve, Orphan Black, and tons of blockbuster movies. There are no contracts, no commitments, and no hassles. For just $28 a month, Philo's a better way to watch TV. So what are you waiting for? Visit philo.tv and sign up today to start your 7-day free trial. That's philo.tv.
Fox News, I'm Sue Guzman. Former President Trump's vice presidential running mate J.D. Vance addressing the Republican National Convention Wednesday night.
But as we meet tonight, we cannot forget that this evening could have been so much different. Instead of a day of celebration, this could have been a day of heartache and mourning.
Vance praising Donald Trump for his resiliency. This as GOP senators aggressively confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle, who was at the RNC. Tennessee Senator Marsha Blackburn demanding answers as to how a gunman was able to stage an assassination attempt against Donald Trump.
She would not answer our questions. She wanted to say it was not the time or place.
Cheadle will testify before a House committee next week. And former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi has reportedly spoken to President Biden, urging him to drop out of the race, telling him he cannot win. America's listening to Fox News.
This is the Fox News Rundown. Now a look at sports.
Yes, Caitlin Clark is really good. The rookie phenom broke the WNBA record for assists in a game, dishing out 19 assists on Wednesday night as the Indiana Fever fell to the Dallas Wings 101-93. Clark's history-making dime came with 2:22 left in the fourth quarter as she passed the record set by Courtney Vandersloot. She also scored 24 points and grabbed 6 rebounds on the night. Clark has now reached 400 points and 200 assists in just 26 games, the fewest games needed in WNBA history, according to ESPN. The Indiana Fever now head into the All-Star and Olympic break, and they won't play their next regular season game until August 16th. That's sports. On the Fox News Rundown, I'm Joe Morgan, Fox News.
Now an update from Outkick's Hot Mic.
We won't forget it because of the iconic photograph. There's 2 of them, actually. The one with the bullet going by his head, which is just nuts. And the other with the fist in the air, blood on his face, and the American flag as it's draped behind him, hanging behind the stage, is one that is going to last for the ages, honestly. Those 2 still images will be the ones that absolutely make this not just historical, but one of those unforgettable moments in time that we're going to be discussing, and because we saw it and we saw the coverage, but those who didn't will see this from the historical side of things.
From Outkick.com, I'm Jonathan Hutton for the Fox News Rundown.
Don't miss the Education Show with Dom Giordano every Sunday morning at 5:30. Find out how you can help your child or grandchild succeed. Sponsored by New Hope Academy. Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
For eligible individuals 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home. All done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
There's no shortage of fun when old friends are in town. Join us for Toyota Phillies Alumni Weekend on Friday, August 16th through Sunday, August 18th when the Phils play the Nats. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. Lace up your sneakers for Independence Blue Cross Senior Stroll the Bases on Wednesday, August 28th when fans 55 and over get a chance to circle the diamond following the Phillies-Astros game starting at 4:05. Secure your seats at Phillies.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6986. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6986. That's 800-575-6986. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Did you know your life insurance is an asset you can sell? I'm Jay Jackson, CEO of Abacus Life. For almost 20 years, Abacus has been purchasing life insurance policies from seniors just like you. And at abacuspays.com, we've created a free policy value calculator so you can find out the worth of your policy in just seconds. There are no fees and no obligations. Get real value from your life insurance when you need it with Abacus. Learn more at abacuspays.com.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies candidates with the right skills, sends you great matches, then you can easily invite them to apply. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. See for yourself. Go to ZipRecruiter.com/free to try ZipRecruiter for free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
At Independence Blue Cross, we take care of the people who take care of you. Everyday heroes like firefighters, police officers, teachers, farmers, and healthcare workers. Doctors and hospitals across the region have IBX, and they know what it means to have reliable access to care. So whether you're saving lives or just trying to live a healthier life, count on IBX, the region's #1 health insurer for 85 years. Learn more at IBX.com.
This is a consumer alert to all U.S. taxpayers who owe the IRS back taxes or have unfiled tax returns. If you owe $10,000 or more in back taxes, you can now take advantage of active programs that provide relief to struggling taxpayers and may reduce or eliminate what you owe if you qualify. Even if you are facing liens, levies, audits, wage garnishment, or already in a payment plan, call the Easy Tax Relief Helpline now to check what savings you may qualify for at 800-505-8196. You may qualify to reduce up to 99% of what you owe or for other special programs. Once qualified and enrolled, you can rest assured that your assets are protected and all collection efforts will be stopped. Billions of dollars in savings are available through these relief programs for struggling taxpayers, but you must call to see if you qualify. To see what savings you qualify for, call 800-505-8196. 800-505-8196. That's 800-505-8196.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause, brought to you by Advocacy United, this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that'll affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Live and local from Philadelphia. Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Thursday, July 18th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app and streaming live for your video viewing pleasure on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning. 855-839-1210, the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal. Kayal. John Stenslin with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Almquist, Henry Machette, our associate producers, as we get ready to wind down the final day of the RNC in Milwaukee, with Donald Trump taking the stage tonight. Busy day, a busy show. Stephanie Mack, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, will be in studio with us as we get closer to the bike ride coming up on Sunday morning. Dawn, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Doing great.
You sound very peppy and perky today.
Yeah, lower humidity, higher energy.
It's kind of like Nancy Pelosi in the hallways of Congress. Okay. Gregory?
A bullet couldn't stop Trump. A virus just stopped Biden. You've got the nominees of this party getting their butts kissed. Biden's getting his butt kicked by his own party. The Democrats are coming apart. The Republicans are coming together.
There you go.
Is that Van Jones?
That's Van Jones.
Shedding a tear, weeping?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw...
thoughts and prayers.
Thoughts and prayers. Well, Joe's vaccinated. He's triple boosted, and he's experiencing mild symptoms, and he'll be working virtually to protect others. I think that's the stock statement that you give out when you get COVID, right?
By the way, is there a human being, and I'm not... he's gone through a lot of tragedy in his life.
Yeah. And he's 81.
I'm not trying to minimize that.
Right.
But is there anybody who has had worse luck in his life than Joe Biden? Honest to God.
Bobby Kennedy?
Well, okay. Yeah. Aside from that stuff, you know what I mean?
I would say in his career, he's had amazing luck.
Yeah, but
to be around 50
chosen
years.
by Obama, he's a career politician. He's wealthy off of being a public servant.
Look at the totality of his life, though, Dawn. I mean, he's gone through a lot of. I don't know. He's like a walking black cloud. He really is.
It is remarkable.
Whereas Trump seems to be untouchable.
Yeah, Trump basically can dodge bullets.
Yes.
This guy contracts COVID yet again. It's amazing.
Unbelievable.
Back in Wilmington.
Thoughts. Yeah, we're going to have to break that down. A lot of theories as to what the COVID actually means for Joe moving forward.
Is he out now for 2 weeks or whatever the CDC now tells you have to be out for?
Didn't they reduce that to 3 days, from 10 days to 5 to 3?
Who knows what the...
I don't even know COVID was still around.
They don't even test for it anymore.
Do we still have to contact trace?
No. You go to the doctor, they're like, oh, we don't test for that anymore.
Yeah.
We'll test you for strep.
Yeah.
That's it.
And he wasn't even wearing a mask yesterday after he announced that he had it, as he was gathering around the plane around a bunch of other human beings.
By the way, you know how you can never get COVID again? By never testing.
That's pretty
honestly.
Yeah, that's
you know
a good
what
point.
I mean?
All right.
You would have known. He could have just had a cold.
Yeah. Could have been allergies, could have been the sniffles. But, I'm sure Joy Reid's out there, and actually I know she is, because I just saw the clip where she's trying to compare Joe recovering from COVID to Trump with a bullet.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I want to play the cut sheet now.
Yeah, I do
too. I'm so.
How about we do this? I'll do the big take.
No.
And then we'll just go cut sheet until Stephanie Mack gets here.
I can't do that.
All right.
I can't do it. All right.
A lot of good things to get to. A big take on unity versus division, which actually kind of echoes what Van Jones was saying there in that clip. We will also get to the latest assassination attempt updates, just what the Secret Service knew and how long did they know it for. More shocking revelations as we continue this morning. And once we do kind of deviate away a little bit from Trump, the RNC, and the assassination updates, we have an updated Hollywood A-list of people that are saying Joe's got to go. And then lastly, before the cut sheet, some conversation on smartphones and bans, because it's gaining momentum across the country in a multitude of arenas. So stick around for that. Stocker loves it.
I do.
He hates bans, but he also hates smartphones and social media. He could be a conflicted individual at 7:30 when we get to that conversation. But before all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 1 at 6:06. She's not positive for COVID because she's not testing. The great Dawn Stensland.
Thank you. Just positive energy over here. We are sponsored on this Thursday morning, July 18th, 74 degrees with a high of 85 degrees. And we are sponsored this morning by Budget Blinds. So we have a developing story just this morning. A person rescued after getting caught under a train on the tracks of SEPTA's Broad Street subway line. The person, according to police, fell onto the tracks, got caught under a train at the Allegheny station. Crews called to the scene, those first responders, in the wee hours of this morning. They had to cut the power to allow a rescue crew to get onto those tracks and then pull the person out from underneath. An incredible story. Then medics rushing that person to the hospital. I don't have a condition report or what caused the person to fall, but quite an talk about somebody who's lucky to be alive, to make that fall and to be trapped under a train. Oh my goodness, under the tracks.
Yeah.
So first responders credited with saving this individual's life.
I was going to ask, how does one fall off of the platform under a train? But then again, Stalker fell off a curb and sprained his ankle, so things happen.
It's true. It's very. Thank you, Nick, for feeling my pain.
I hear you.
I'll feel your pain.
It's my.
We might have to put you in the category with Biden with COVID and Trump with a bullet. Who recovers first?
It really was my D-Day.
Stop. All right, let's
You did
move
storm
on.
the beaches, they say.
A woman in custody this morning after a hit and run in Germantown left a pedestrian in critical condition. This happened yesterday afternoon, about 4:30 in the afternoon, 5800 block of Chew Avenue. So authorities find this 26-year-old woman in the middle of the road suffering from trauma to her head, to her face. She was rushed to the hospital, and she is in critical condition. The police say the victim was crossing Chew Ave when a vehicle described as a dark-colored Cadillac struck her, and that vehicle reportedly fled the scene. Police say they later found the blue Cadillac a short distance away on the 5600 block of Sprague Street, and witnesses also reporting seeing a woman run from that Cadillac after the crash at that other location. The woman, who police believe is the driver in this incident, was taken into custody. I don't have word on those charges. But we do have another tragedy. This is a speeding driver killed a bicyclist in Center City, Philadelphia, about 7 o'clock last night. So it was cloudy, but the sun had not officially set, obviously, 7 o'clock in the evening. The cyclist, a woman traveling in a designated bike lane, 18th and Spruce Streets, and the 30-year-old woman cyclist thrown nearly 30 feet before she struck the ground. She was rushed to the hospital for her injuries, suffering injuries to her head. Witnesses say that neighbors and the police actually rushed to help, but it was because of those extensive head injuries, the doctors in the emergency department could not save her.
Oh, wow. Was she wearing was she wearing a bike helmet?
Yes, she was.
Okay. I just rode 20 miles yesterday, and I had my head on a swivel through all the intersections.
Yeah.
Got to pay attention.
In this case, police are not identifying the 68-year-old driver in a Volkswagen, but say that the vehicle the striking vehicle was speeding, going at a high rate down Spruce Street just before striking the bicyclist, and he was driving in the bike lane.
Oh boy.
So, and went over some of the pegs that block off the bike lane.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the people thought it was gunshots. Because you know those pegs that kind of protect the bike lane?
Mm-hmm.
So they said that he went over that so fast, they thought, what's going on here? So this is a high-speed collision. That's why the woman, the 30-year-old bicyclist, was flung so far.
Yeah, we have those bike pegs in and around Market Street down here.
So maybe make them out of cement.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're looking to figure out what caused this crash, why the driver, first of all, was speeding. If you know that street, it's a very narrow neighborhood street.
Mm-hmm.
And so was this person, they're checking, obviously, blood toxicity, or whether this person was having some kind of an epileptic seizure or a medical event. We don't have that information.
My first assumption is always that the driver's on his phone and distracted. Like we live in such a distracted society where we can't put down our smart devices. I don't even assume that alcohol is the first reason anymore.
Yeah.
I just assume it's somebody on their phone texting or on social media because, you can't keep your phone in the console.
That's a great point. Hey, tolls to cross the Delaware River Port Authority's 4 bridges, all of our area bridges connecting New Jersey, Pennsylvania, are going to increase for the first time in 13 years. Something else to look forward to. Starting September 1st, if you're using the Betsy Ross, Ben Franklin, Walt Whitman, Commodore Barry bridges, you'll see the tolls increase to $6, up from $5. This is a new toll schedule, unanimously approved by the authorities board last night.
Another toll scam.
Man, $6, huh?
$6.
Yeah, I'll just stay where I stay.
20% hike.
Tolls. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's kind of hard to avoid those bridges. Yeah, to your point, maybe not every day.
Yeah.
But,
mm-hmm.
So this 20% hike in tolls, it has to do with the DRPA rule, typically tying toll increases to a measure of inflation known as the Consumer Price Index, something that we talk about all the time, which itself originally called for a 30% increase.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, if you're complaining, you're lucky.
Yeah. Well,
could have been worse.
It's expensive just to go up the Northeast Extension from the Plymouth meeting area through Lansdale up to Quakertown up to Allentown. I'm gonna start invoicing my sister every time she invites me up. And send her a monthly statement.
Invoicing your sister.
That's awesome.
That's a sin.
Yeah, you should definitely do that. I like that.
That'll go over well.
I know we'll talk about so much Joe Biden, Mamaw last night, J.D. Vance, talk about tonight with DJT, and in Pennsylvania, the headline, Secret Service actually admits they spotted the wannabe assassin 20 minutes before
amazing.
Shots were fired.
I have seen reports ranging from 20 minutes to 26 minutes to 62 minutes. To some people are saying now 3 hours, where he was spotted on the grounds in the background outside of the perimeter.
We have the video of that where you can see him looking up. I said this like Tuesday. This gets weirder by the day.
Yeah.
And the Secret Service looks more incompetent by the day.
Becomes even more impossible to defend Cheadle keeping her job.
I keep going back to what I think it was Charlie in Downingtown said yesterday.
Yeah, you clipped that.
When he called in and basically said something like, this isn't something new. The Secret Service has been inept for 4 decades, or 3 decades.
Yep.
And I just go back to, would you rather, what's the better outcome? And when I say better outcome, I mean, what makes you feel better? That they're just that inept, or that there was some sort of nefarious plot?
Yeah, that's a great question.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
What's the better outcome of that?
I know. I'd like to. Honestly, I don't even have a great answer for that.
Yeah, there's not.
I didn't have an answer for it yesterday, right? It's like, what the...
Well, I think everybody else in Secret Service is going to say, not for nothing, but we haven't had this for more than 40 years.
Well,
so.
the Trump campaign came out yesterday. Jason Miller from the Trump campaign came out yesterday and said, don't blame the Secret Service for this.
They've really taken a very commendable response to this.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like no gas on the fire, no claiming, no blaming, just lucky to be alive. It's going to play into the big take coming up shortly.
Can't wait for it. Just real quick here, though. Philadelphia Union midfielder Kevin Sullivan makes the youngest MLS debut ever, 14 years young, and appearing to, huge cheers in the crowd in Chester, Major League Soccer history last night.
Yeah.
And probably the youngest to play in any of the biggest professional sports leagues in the world.
Yeah, we actually have exclusive audio of people wondering if he was of age, and he was asked that, and he said this.
I have a full mustache and beard.
You stop. It's insane.
Wow, the Philadelphia Union making sports news in Don Stensland's cast. I like that.
Woo! Well, teenage boy.
Yeah.
You know.
Right.
Kind of my bias.
Dawn wouldn't leave him in the car as she went to the Wawa.
But scored a goal to put Philadelphia 5-1. His brother actually scored the goal. We're the 20-year-old brother. We don't even talk about Quinn, right?
Yeah.
But Philadelphia up 5-1. Hey, we're sponsored by Budget Blinds. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blinds, shades, shutters, custom drapery, motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. The only no questions asked warranty in the business. Just look, this forecast is stunning. 85 degrees today, 87 tomorrow, lower humidity. I know that nearly 100,000 people, Pico customers and power customers without power, but great days for the crews to be cleaning all of this up as we look forward to some gorgeous weather. Finally, Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. Thursday morning, let's get to another Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Unity versus division. You know, it's remarkable how things can change in a mere 3 weeks in the political landscape. A horrific debate, an unthinkable tragedy, and suddenly the Democrat Party is in disarray, and the Republican Party is the most united and unified it has been since we started Kayal and Company. The hypocrisy is also astounding as well. As we hit the stretch run of the 2024 election season, you have the incumbent who sold unity in January of 2021 and has failed to deliver that. Meanwhile, his predecessor gets his ear shot off. He remains stoic, poised, and well-tempered in an effort to show unity in this country. The 81-year-old is not dialing it back, yet the 78-year-old, who in all reality should be dead today, is showing the ability to dial it down. And when it pertains to rising tensions, Kamala Harris is the one being super hyperbolic. Meanwhile, the young pup, J.D. Vance, is poised as can be, almost as if he's a 39-year-old veteran of the game. Here was the freshman from Ohio, J.D. Vance, yesterday in the afternoon. Now Donald Trump's second in command, giving his first public comments since being named vice president on Trump's ticket. Listen and watch.
And then, of course, he stands up a minute later. After they shot him, they literally shot him. And he raises his fist in the air, and he says, "Fight, fight, fight." He fires up the crowd. But this is where the media was really dishonest, and I think they really miss what the man is made of, because after he literally got shot, came within millimeters of losing his life in the service of this country, what did he do? I remember what I did. I was pissed. As soon as I knew he was okay, I felt relief, and then I was like, I cannot believe an assassin tried to take down the President of the United States. I was mad about it. Was he mad and angry? He called for national unity. He called for calm. He showed leadership, my friends, that the media keeps on saying they want somebody to tone down the temperature. Well, Donald Trump got shot and he toned down the temperature. That's what a real leader does.
Articulate, passionate, and dare I say ahead of his time, I think J.D. Vance is showing just how impressive he is in the early stages. And according to reports, the VPs exchanged phone calls on Wednesday, and it was reportedly a respectful conversation. Then, of course, the gloves came off for Kamala Harris. Here is her latest ad as she goes off on her new rival, J.D. Vance. Listen and watch.
Hey, everyone. So Donald Trump has picked his new running mate, J.D. Vance. Trump looked for someone he knew would be a rubber stamp for his extreme agenda, and make no mistake, J.D. Vance will be loyal only to Trump, not to our country. And unlike Mike Pence, Vance said he would have carried out Trump's plan to overturn the 2020 election. He supports a national abortion ban and voted against protecting IVF. And if elected, he will help implement the Extreme Project 2025 plan for a second Trump term, which would target critical programs like Head Start and Medicare. But we are not going to let that happen.
More fear porn and misinformation peddling from Laughin' Kamala, Laffin, by the way, or as I like to say, Cackling Kamala, although there was neither displayed there. But let me destroy her entire message in that 44-second clip. Number one, VPs always follow the lead of POTUS. They're all rubber stampers. Have you ever challenged Barack? No, you haven't. Number two, who cares what J.D. Vance's stance on abortion is? Yes, it's more conservative than Trump's, and that doesn't matter. Donald Trump and the RNC already gave their leave it to the states position last week. J.D. Vance's opinion on the subject and being further right than Trump is irrelevant. And number three, Trump has already denied any connection to Project 2025. In fact, he gave out his 2024 GOP 20-point agenda last week that we broke down verbatim. You can compare that to Project 2025 and see for yourself. It's right out there on the internet. In fact, Project 2025 has already come out and posted a breakdown of facts versus myths of what their vision is compared to how it's being framed by the Biden administration and mainstream media. And if she wants to bring up J.D. Vance's previous comments about Trump and Hitler and being a never-Trumper 8 years ago, well, all I need to do is bring up how she called Joe Biden a racist in 2019 when she was competing for the presidency against him. We can play that game until the cows come home. J.D. Vance spoke in a longer fashion and format on Wednesday night at the RNC. Here is the second half of the 2024 Trump ticket, talking about the vision of the Republican Party and their goals for America. Listen and watch.
Now, I want to respond to his call for unity myself. We have a big tent in this party on everything from national security to economic policy. But my message to you, my fellow Republicans, is we love this country and we are united to win. Right. Now, I think our disagreements actually make us stronger. That's what I've learned in my time in the United States Senate, where sometimes I persuade my colleagues and sometimes they persuade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years. United in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas.
Wow, free speech and the open exchange of ideas. I can get on board with that. Vance would also delve into Joe Biden, picking apart policy failures of the big guy over the last 25 to 40 years. Here's the 39-year-old picking apart the current POTUS. Listen and watch.
Now, never in my wildest imagination could I have believed that I'd be standing here tonight. I grew up in Middletown, Ohio. A small town where people spoke their minds, built with their hands, and loved their God, their family, their community, and their country with their whole hearts. But it was also a place that had been cast aside and forgotten by America's ruling class in Washington. When I was in the 4th grade, a career politician by the name of Joe Biden supported NAFTA, a bad trade deal that sent countless good jobs to Mexico. When I was a sophomore in high school, that same career politician named Joe Biden gave China a sweetheart trade deal that destroyed even more good American middle-class manufacturing jobs. When I was a senior in high school, that same Joe Biden supported the disastrous invasion of Iraq, and at each step of the way, in small towns like mine in Ohio or next door in Pennsylvania or Michigan, in states all across our country, jobs were sent overseas and our children were sent to war. And
And don't forget, JD, Joe also neglected East Palestine, Ohio, just a year ago. But now we pivot to what transpired on day 4 of the failed Trump assassination attempt as new revelations were made public on Wednesday. According to the Washington Post, local police warned the Secret Service they did not have enough manpower to secure the building from which the gunman fired at Trump. The new information comes as lawmakers are demanding more answers to explain the security lapse that led to the shooting of the former president. The Washington Post reports that local district attorney Richard Goldinger said the Secret Service was, quote, informed that the local police department did not have manpower to assist with securing that building, end quote. The report said a source from within the Secret Service confirmed that claim, but only on the condition of anonymity. Goldinger had previously accused the Secret Service of trying to pass the blame onto local officials and said the federal agency was responsible for the failed security. Quote, Secret Service was in charge, and so it was their responsibility to make sure that the venue and the surrounding area was secure, said Goldinger to the Post. Quote, that's common sense, I think. That's their job. For them to blame local law enforcement is them passing the blame when they hold the blame, in my opinion. And in my opinion, this just further goes to show how absolutely, completely, unequivocally unacceptable what transpired on Saturday night really was. Kimberly Cheadle could very well be more incompetent than even Kamala Harris, Karine Jean-Pierre, Mayor Pete, or Alejandro Mayorkas. And then, of course, we have the media reaction, and they're complicit as well. And those who suffer from extreme cases of Trump derangement syndrome continuing to utter stupid opinions. Here is the king of them all, MSNBC, tossing out a claim that maybe the shooter didn't think Donald Trump was conservative enough for him. You can't make this stuff up. Listen and watch.
Hoping that somebody comes forward or that they find some other piece of evidence or a needle within needles in a haystack to try to figure out why this happened. I will caution people that it is possible that we might never know why this individual got on the roof that day. And I would also caution people think, well, it's anti-Donald Trump because this person doesn't like them, because their views are on the other side of the political spectrum. It is possible that Donald Trump, and there's a bit of a theory in law enforcement, is it possible that Donald Trump was not conservative enough for this individual? It runs the gamut. And I think it's important in this situation, this is the way that we approach our reporting. Everything's on the table.
So one day Trump is Hitler, the next day he's right-wing and extreme, and now he's not conservative enough. The American media is an absolute clown show. And then we get to even more evidence of a dereliction of duty and gross incompetence from the Secret Service as this bombshell dropped. According to Fox News, the gunman who attempted to assassinate Trump on Saturday was identified as suspicious by law enforcement more than an hour before he opened fire. That according to Senator John Barrasso, a Republican from Wyoming, who told Fox News after a briefing between Senate lawmakers and the U.S. Secret Service. Quote, he was identified as a character of suspicion because he had a rangefinder as well as a backpack. And this was over an hour before the shooting actually occurred. So you would think over the course of that hour, you shouldn't lose sight of that individual. Somebody ought to be following up on those sort of things. No evidence of that happening at all. End quote. This was a colossal communications failure and a total failure to act from an agency whose number one job is to protect presidents, period. Kimberly Cheadle should have already been fired, and she should be fired again right now. And fire everyone else with the Secret Service who failed to take credible threats seriously. You left Donald Trump out there to dry, and he almost died. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
All right, Big Take, if you want to jump in, 855-839-1210 on social media at 1210 WPHT, and of course in the YouTube chat. Just go to youtube.com/@1210 We'll come back and delve into more of the Secret Service information that is now public and just what they knew, how far back they knew, and how they failed to act as we continue this morning. And also first impressions from the Vice President hopeful to be, J.D. Vance. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, back after this on Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
If you're tired of your old kitchen or maybe that outdated bathroom, you need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They offer no shortage of solutions for any room in your home. With a new vanity And what about a tub shower conversion? You are going to love that new bathroom. Plus, they offer an industry-leading warranty, plus they're a 10-year recipient of the Lehigh Valley's top workplaces. Yes, all-American local employer. Right now, Kitchen Magic is offering 12 months, no payments, no interest financing, plus you get 10% off your entire remodel. Just get your free in-home consultation on the calendar when you go to kitchenmagic.com. Do this today. kitchenmagic.com. You're going to love the magic. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Get ready for huge politics and pints as Talk Radio 1210 welcomes Donald Trump Jr. It's Tuesday, July 30th at the Scottish Rite Auditorium in Collingswood. Join Dom Giordano and Donald Trump Jr. as they talk the election, recent events, and all things Trump. Your ticket includes a copy of Letters to Trump by former President Trump. A cash bar will be available. Get your tickets now at 1210WPHT.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
July is the month to save big. With financing as low as 0% for up to 84 months. Come to TurnersvilleJeep.com and get an incredible 0% APR for up to 84 months on select models. Or make no payments for 90 days. TurnersvilleJeep.com has over 450 vehicles available for immediate delivery. The ride you want is what we've got. So drive a little,
save a lot.
TurnersvilleJeep.com, your premier tri-state Jeep, Ram, Dodge, Chrysler, and Wagoneer dealer.
The following is a paid commercial announcement.
Inflation fears started in 2021. The warning signs were everywhere. But Senator Bob Casey ignored the warnings and sided with the liberals in Washington, voting for trillions in reckless, wasteful spending. And all that reckless spending made inflation worse, driving up prices on almost everything you buy. Now, Pennsylvania families are paying the price for Senator Casey's reckless spending. Our state's been hit the hardest by higher prices. With Senator Casey's reckless spending, grocery prices are up 25%. Rent, it's up 21%. And electricity's up 29%. Senator Casey helped create this mess. And now, Pennsylvania families are struggling to make ends meet. Call Senator Casey at 202-224-6324. Tell him to support S575, the Fight Inflation Through Balanced Budgets Act, and fight against inflationary government spending. Paid for by One Nation, onenationamerica.org.
Hi, Stephanie from Emmons. Are you not loving your bathroom? Is the King's Throne looking a little outdated and run down? Let Emmons Design Specialists design a bathroom that you will love and one that Emmons will redo in as little as 1 day. An affordable, maintenance-free bathroom with little to no inconvenience to you and your family. With finance options available, there's really only one problem. Your bathroom will be so nice, your king may never want to come out. Call Emmons today at 856-885-6677 or visit us on our website at callemmons.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Yo, Roy is Ford. What? We know your favorite station is 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
With a little love and some tenderness.
All right, 6:35, Kayal and Company, as we continue here on this Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. If you want to jump in, what a whirlwind of news. The media news cycle just never seems to give us a slow day, and I am not complaining, so a lot to react to. It's amazing for coming up on now 2 years. And I always mention this from time to time when we talk about Republicans and Democrats and the difference in the parties. And Dawn always says, get it together, GOP. And at the last moment, the Democrats always rally together. And I've said on this show, and I've been on the record, I'm like, why do I get the feeling that Dawn will be saying that until the end of time or until the end of this show?
Hope not.
And sadly, well, actually not sadly, but in a great fashion, maybe we can finally kick those two phrases to the curb, because on July 18th, I mean, you have Van Jones coming out and giving what you heard from Stocker there in the open at 6:01, maybe the best 19 seconds of commentary I've ever heard from Van Jones. You know, Trump is dodging bullets. Joe's being thwarted by a virus. Democrats are kicking each other's butts. Republicans are kissing each other's butts. And the Republican Party has come together while Democrats are in total disarray. I said this last night, too, on X. The energy inside of the RNC is really amazing. I mean, there's something going on here. I mean, that place is jumping like it's a concert. And meanwhile, the Democrats will have their convention possibly coming up if they don't do all this stuff virtually and announce everything beforehand. And it's going to be interesting to see the stark differences and the contrast between the juice inside of Milwaukee compared to what it's going to look like for the DNC. But Dawn, I want to get your thoughts on J.D. Vance, first impressions, what he had to say, as well as these latest revelations from Donald Trump. I thought J.D. Vance was super, super impressive. The only thing I didn't like was the fact that it took until 10:45 Eastern for him to come out. It was like waiting for the main event on wrestling on a Monday night. I'm starting to fall asleep and get heavy eyes. I was like, let's go already.
I think he has a lot of heart. So when I look at, he and Vivek both have a birthday in August. Vivek Ramaswamy, I thought, delivered such a powerful, intelligent speech last night. If I can compare and contrast, J.D. Vance is a great storyteller, and obviously New York Times bestselling book, Hillbilly Elegy, in which he told this story. So I thought J.D. you feel like you know him. First of all, his wife, when she came out, and I think somebody told her, move your hair, because she had one side of her hair like you couldn't see her eye, and she's very natural. That's what you notice about her. So they look just real. She's not. Everybody is so made up. She's lovely, but she had
like Matt Gaetz. Did you see Matt Gaetz? Did you see Matt Gaetz, by the way?
Yes.
Sorry,
what did Gaetz do?
The Botox and the eyebrows that are painted on. Like, what the hell is that guy? He's like, he was born in 82. Like he's not exactly, 70 years old and needs Botox and a facelift. But looks like, oh my God, he looked like the Joker.
A little too superficial.
Oh my Lord. Sorry, Dawn. Sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yep, Matt Gaetz, he has a lot of, he's spunky, let's just say.
He's one way to put it.
Trolling the former speaker. Eek.
Yeah, spunky's one way to put it.
But I just, to me, I thought that he has a lot of heart, and he was able to weave in the warmth and the heart of his story. He mentioned Pennsylvania. How many times did he mention the Rust Belt areas, which are the swing state areas?
Yep.
But mentioning his own family and the family where the grave site, where the burial site is, weaving in his wife, his children, and his mother, introducing her as, if you saw the movie, Amy Adams portrayed her, and she's there all verklempt, and he says, my mom, 10 years past,
Sober.
Sober.
Yeah.
It's weird to say sober because it was, well, anyway, but so 10 years clean or sober, and, the Mamaw stories, and then even that after Mamaw passed away, and they found 25 guns in the house because she had them stationed all over because she was frail and, just figured, well, wherever I am in the house, I'm not fast, but I got a firearm nearby. Second Amendment people are going to, obviously love that story.
Yeah, absolutely.
But everybody can relate to like grandma or great grandma and some of the things they do, like that. So it was just, there was warmth and there was heart and talking about his journey as somebody who's this very poor kid and related when I was in the 4th grade, when I was, and Joe Biden, this career politician, came in and related Joe Biden as a job killer, as somebody who's been here. Could he have saved us in, Appalachia? Could he have saved us from all of this?
Yep.
The way that he weaved through that, but it wasn't, an attack. And that's just it.
Right.
In a very gifted, and he's a gifted writer. He's not just an attorney. But the way that he, in such a way, weaved that story, you never thought, oh, boy, he's really attacking Joe Biden or he's attacking Democrats. He was saying, no, I was born in a place where we were all Democrats.
Yeah.
But in essence, it's the theme of this convention, which is we've all been getting played. If you're a Democrat, if you've believed their story from a career politician like Joe Biden, maybe he spoke at your school back in the day, he's been here. And what did he do for you? He hurt us. And so it was beautifully done.
Yeah, and he just comes off very natural. He's an easy listen. There's a handful of guys, I think, right now in the GOP that are an easy listen, but they can be very boring. Ben Carson, Tim Scott, despite the time when Tim Scott finally got fired up and started saying, he roared. Short of that, Tim Scott will put you to sleep. But J.D. Vance, you know what it is when I watch him from an orator standpoint? He's the opposite of DeSantis. DeSantis seems very uncomfortable. DeSantis seems very aggressive. And it's the aggressiveness in DeSantis is not a turnoff for me, but some people say it's similar to Trump. And we heard that clip yesterday from the guy from the 538 Politics podcast in the ABC News clip I played. And he said, usually you want to find somebody the opposite of you on a ticket. You either go young versus old, you go male versus female, or for like Joe Biden's circumstances, he goes younger and African-American female. J.D. Vance comes off very different than Donald Trump, and I think that's a positive. We talk about softening the edges of Donald Trump and some of the abrasiveness that he has at times. J.D. Vance has that, but I wouldn't say J.D. Vance is a pushover and a softie. This is a veteran of the United States Armed Forces, and for him at 39, and yeah, it's part of the game, you have to do it. I mean, it didn't take him long to go after Joe Biden, did it? Right, he's not afraid of like going after the president of the United States on that stage. And when we talk about VP debates coming up, I know they had a phone call yesterday. It's been labeled as respectful. Now Kamala's running the attack ad against JD. I just absorbing JD Vance. I sit there and I say, you know what? I feel very comfortable with him in any setting right now, especially against Kamala Harris.
For the earlier listeners, let's play a little bit. I'll play it later, too. This is J.D. Vance officially accepting the nomination to be vice president. Phil, if you want to pull up cut 15, my friend, go.
Wade me. And my message to my fellow Americans, those watching from across the country, is shouldn't we be governed by a party that is unafraid to debate ideas and come to the best solution? That's the Republican Party of the next 4 years, united in our love for this country and committed to free speech and the open exchange of ideas. And so tonight, Mr. Chairman, I stand here humbled, and I'm overwhelmed with gratitude to say I officially accept your nomination to be Vice President of the United States of America.
Yeah.
There you go. Donald Trump standing up and clapping, crowd on their feet, very fired up. I've got to imagine that arena holds probably about 20,000 people. Not sure that it was completely sold out, but that place, 15, 17,000, whatever the attendance was, definitely had a lot of energy to it. And there you go, committed to the concept of free speech and the open exchange of ideas. That's what America is founded on, right? All this divisiveness. Yeah, we're adversarial in nature, and that's the point of politics, not to silence, suppress, and censor your rival and make it a one-way street. It's a two-lane highway. Let the ideas collide, and the American public will determine what's good, what's not, what's real, what's false, and then we vote on it. Wild concept. But, of course, over the last 4 years, we've seen the suppression of those ideas and then the stigmatization of, oh, man, these right-wing extremists, we can't have those views shared on social media. Let all the views be shared, and we'll sift through it and make sense of it and then react accordingly. 855-839-1210. We'll come back. We got a lot of Secret Service information to get to, including just how much of a dropping of the ball this really was as we continue. But one thing that's not going to occur yesterday, I didn't drop the ball. I rode 20 miles through the heat. Gregory, I just... Storms came. I got in the truck. I was soaking wet from the downpour. I'll be soaking wet on Sunday because we have the Families Behind the Badge coming up on Sunday.
You did it by yourself?
I did it with my trainer, Dave Madden, yesterday.
Oh, he's better now.
He's better.
He's better now. That's good.
He's wearing the knee brace.
By the way, let me just say this update. Yep. We're $2,600 away. $2,600 away from $20,000. Dawn, did you hear that? $2,600 away from $20,000. Our goal for Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. So if you're listening right now, if you're an early listeners are always the he-men, the men who are up early and, getting to the office at 7, the ones who are the masters of the universe. $2,600 and we reach our $20,000 goal.
Yes, indeed.
Just go to gregstockersucks.com. gregstockersucks.com. Help us out. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation.
Yes, indeed. Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. It's this Sunday, July 21st, 65 miles from Philly to AC, or you could chop that in half, 30 miles from Hamilton. BendToShore.org is also the other website, and you can use the promo code NICK1210. They'll knock off $25 off your registration fee. The great folks from FBBCF will be in studio this morning, along with the heroic Stephanie Mack. And let's show everybody how WPHT and Odyssey supports law enforcement as well as the Police Youth Alliance, which fosters a positive relationship between police and youth.
Guess what, people? Wendy's has new saucy nugs. You heard me. Wendy's nugs now come in 7 saucy flavors. Buffalo, honey barbecue, garlic parm, spicy ghost pepper. You can literally hear your taste buds after every bite. I'm serious. Listen to mine. Okay, that's just me playing with sound effects. For a whole new way to nug, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie. When you use Angie for your home projects, you know all your jobs will be done well. Roof repair? Done well. Kitchen sink install? Done well. Deck upgrades? Done well. Electrical upgrade? Done well. Angie's been connecting homeowners with skilled pros for nearly 30 years, so we know the difference between done and done well. Hire high-quality, certified pros at Angie.com.
We don't care who you vote for in the upcoming election. You know why? Because this is not a political ad. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group meet with people every day wondering if they should be doing something different with their money because it's an election year. At Retire Ready Financial Group, we want you to know where your money is, how it's performing, and if the market does go down, how does it affect your retirement? We call it a portfolio snapshot, and we do it at no charge. Our goal is for you to have confidence as you enter retirement. Confidence to spend and confidence that you won't run out of money. Let's vote those election worries right out of your retirement. For your complimentary portfolio snapshot, call 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or go to retirereadyfg.com. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James B. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
Do you have a property that you no longer want? Maybe you inherited the property. Maybe you're underwater in the property. Or maybe you're just a tired landlord, tired of dealing with tenants. Listen, I can buy those properties, and I'll buy those properties fast. I can close in 2 weeks. I buy properties cash. My name is Larry Steinhaus. Give me a call at 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I will personally answer the call. You can also visit easyOutRealEstate.com. This is Larry Steinhaus of Investor Schooling. Did you know we are having a full one-day event on August 17th? It's called the Money Hacks event. You want to come to this event and you will learn how to become your own bank, how to invest in real estate without any money. You will learn the stock market, and you will learn how to build credit for cash flowing assets, and so much more. It's a full day packed with information. Use the code 1210, that's 1210, to get a 50% discount on the ticket. Go to 4mmw.com, that's 4mmw.com, and register today.
Hey, Cherry Hill. We know your favorite station is WPHT. Tell your smart speaker, play 1210 WPHT.
.651, Kayal and Company, here on a Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Get us on the free Odyssey app. Watch us live on YouTube. Every day that goes by, we learn more and more about the failures of the Secret Service, the blame game, the killer, and the fact that it's just unbelievably remarkable that Donald Trump is alive today. We find out yesterday, according to Fox News, that the Secret Service was aware of this threat before Donald Trump even walked on stage and narrowly survived that assassination attempt. A Secret Service agent in charge of security for the event was on the phone with local and state police about the threat while the shooting took place. And the Republican from Wyoming that I mentioned, Mr. Barrasso, in the Big Take, said there was no talk of reports that local officers engaged with the shooter before he opened fire. He went on to say, quote, they shut it after just a couple of questions and didn't get to any of the meat of the matter. He also called for U.S. Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle to resign, saying, quote, the American people should not feel comfortable with this. This is a total failure on behalf of the Secret Service, and we need replacement at the top. Also, Senator Marsha Blackburn, Republican from Tennessee, who also took part in a briefing with the Secret Service and the FBI, said she was, quote, appalled to learn the Secret Service knew about a threat prior to President Trump walking on the stage, saying, I have no confidence in the leadership of Director Cheadle and believe it is in the best interest of our nation if she steps down from her position. So, Dawn, this is so amazing. You have 20, 26, 60, 62 minutes. Some reports saying up to 3 hours they knew of this creep. He had a rangefinder with him. Geez, what is that for? I mean, he's not at a golf course with a rangefinder. He's got a backpack. Reports say he climbed onto an AC unit to pull himself up on the sloped roof that was too dangerous for our Secret Service. He's been wandering around in the distance in the background. You can see that footage. And all that the Secret Service needed to do, this is how simple and avoidable this was. You need to go to Donald Trump and say, hey, Mr. President, we have to take care of a possible threat. Here's a Diet Coke and a cheeseburger. Sit back, post something on Truth, relax, and we'll have this taken care of in no time, and you'll be on the stage shortly. Instead, they sent him out there like a sitting duck. And if he wasn't Keanu Reeves in The Matrix, he's dead today. That's remarkable that our Secret Service can be that inept when all it would have taken was a little due diligence and following up on what you presumed could be the worst case scenario.
And now this morning, the New York Post early this morning had a story saying that, in fact, he did have a social media post where he wrote, July 13th will be my premiere watch as it unfolds. He wrote it on Steam.
Wow.
What is Steam?
It's another online platform where they communicate with each other, like while they play video games or whatever.
Like Discord?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
So they did find that one.
His premiere, and he was not enrolled in an acting school.
I mean, he's a punk loser who knew he was going to be a loser in his entire life, and decided he wanted to be infamous.
Yeah.
I mean,
a 20-year-old can outsmart and outwit the supposed brightest people in protection.
The other thing I'll say about this, the whole thing, we report what the authorities tell us, the facts of this kid, but when I look at the fact that when we thought there was going to be a red wave, right, and so the 2018 midterms, which were abysmal for Republicans, that was the first election that he could actually vote in.
Mm-hmm.
So 2017, he donates to this progressive, not just Democrat, but far left progressive group.
Yep.
There's a report by a classmate that he was mocking the classmate about Trump. He did talk back and trash talking Trump. Parents are social workers outside the Pittsburgh area, right? So mom's a registered Democrat, dad's a libertarian. I think there was such talk in 2018 of, there's going to be a red wave and all of that. I believe, I don't have the evidence to this, but I personally believe that he did in Pennsylvania what a lot of people did here in Philadelphia against Krasner, went and registered with the opposite party as an opposition vote.
Right.
That makes more sense to me, that he was registering in the primary to vote Republican to try to, because we talk about this all the time. People do this strategically. That's why it's stupid to even have these. I mean, why not just have open primaries? I suspect that's what was going on here. I think that he was active, and in fact, I think that we will find out that he was far left and impacted. The fact that he was bullied so much, some people feel sympathy for him. So thinking about teenage sons and everything that was going on during COVID, during the lockdowns, he would have been part of that. He would have been impacted. That's just that's my theory. And I've had friends, we've gone back and forth just, talking about it.
Yep.
Especially moms of boys, their mindset. I don't know. That's my theory.
All right. We'll continue on the other side. Dawn will have some news to kick off hour 2, and then we have more revelations, more reaction to the assassination attempt of Donald Trump. We'll also get to some of the Hollywood celebrity A-listers, the comprehensive list of everybody that is bailing on Joe, and the cut sheet coming up at 7:45. It's Kayal and Company. Hour 2 is next.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. jabraenhance.com/try.
Do you feel like you're going through life clouded by doubt? Talk to California Psychics. Our trusted and accurate psychics are available 24/7. And we guarantee, if it's not life-changing, it's free. Download the app or connect with us at californiapsychics.com. Right now, new customers get 80% off their first reading. Experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navient tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Find out what healthcare practitioners already know. Topperson can help your feet feel better. Our patented foot pain relief cream offers soothing, moisturizing relief that can help with everything from neuropathy to normal wear and tear. With 14 proprietary ingredients, Topperson Foot is the miracle foot relief you need to try. Guaranteed Topperson Foot is available at CVS Pharmacy, Walgreens, and at Amazon, Walmart, and Topperson.com. Turn back the clock on your aching feet. Topperson, rub it in. Use only as directed.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau and experts in the Fresh Start Initiative.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
See Joe Conklin and the City Rhythm Orchestra at Cherokee High School in Marlton, New Jersey, Saturday, October 26th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com. joeconklin.com!
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Tune in to Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Phil Cannella and Joanne Small. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, pet parents, the summer season is here, and that means it's time to get outside and enjoy some sunshine with your pet. Hi, I'm George Parenti, the lead dog at the Dogs and Cats Rule stores. The stores are loaded with great summer collections of outdoor and interactive toys. We carry the finest selection of fresh diets, like gently cooked, raw, freeze-dried, air-dried, dehydrated, baked, and of course, traditional kibble and cans. Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 neighborhood locations. Visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. That's Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process, ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Slim down this summer with NJ Diet. You will lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's faster and safer than weight loss injections. Lose those extra pounds the safe and natural way without any shots. Get started at njdiet.com.
Free speech lives here, on the air, and on the Odyssey app. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, now touch me, baby. Can't you see that I am not afraid?
Kayal and Company, hour number 2 underway on this Thursday morning. What's on the cut sheet? We shall all find out together at 7:45. Dawn's news coming up in a moment. We'll get to some of your calls. A lot of people want to jump in on a variety of issues. 855-839-1210. We'll come to your calls in just a couple of minutes. And also, Photoganda. Where do you hear this story in regards to the dissemination of the iconic photo of Donald Trump and what some in the media are now saying? That's coming up in just a little bit. But before we get to all of that, let's get to the news. Round number 2, 7:05. She doesn't have a bandage on her ear, but she is wearing headphones. The great Dawn Stensland.
Thank you. Yeah, we have to get to the Uganda kids video, which is my favorite all-time video ever.
I saw that.
Oh, my goodness. That is incredible. We are sponsored this morning in Kayal and Company News Live, sponsored by American Airlines. And, it just feels nice. With 73 degrees, we are heating up to the mid-80s today and tomorrow. But with the humidity, it just feels so much better and cooler. So we get a little bit of a reprieve. I will point you to an alert I just received within less than 15, 20 minutes maybe, that the New York Post is headlining and some other national publications as well, saying that President Biden is being, quote, receptive behind closed doors about the possibility of giving up his 2024 re-election campaign. And the New York Post is quoting at least one senior Democrat advisor. This is, we told you, the 81-year-old president was in Vegas campaigning last night, then went back home to Rehoboth, Delaware, here locally to recover. And so there were some closed-door meetings. And this, as we know that Adam Schiff, Representative Schiff, Shifty Schiff, remember, as the latest high-level Democrat who has really been loyal to Biden, as even he turned on Biden, saying, you need to go, Joe. So is this the beginning of the end?
I think that's probably the first thought I had in my mind when I saw the news that came down that he tested positive for COVID. Because the way the Biden administration, Democrats and the left have kind of, they've weaponized everything, but they really use COVID as a way to impose their will and take away your freedoms and your rights. This is now I could see this being the exit strategy, right? Mm-hmm. Joe got COVID. He's recovering at a slower rate than most. First and foremost, his health and his safety. I could see that. I immediately, as soon as he tested positive for COVID, I thought, don't tell me they're going to start using this as a reason to start bringing back sorts of, lockdowns and restrictions. And, it's just pretty remarkable. And I thought Van Jones nailed it. Trump dodges a bullet and wants to keep continuing on with his speech. Joe gets mild symptoms of COVID, and now he's ready to finally find the exit door.
Yeah.
Pretty remarkable.
So we're following that one very carefully. There's also word that it appears that a contamination was discovered in parts of Bartram's Garden and the Schuylkill River just yesterday. That was obviously a former industrial site right near the gardens. So they are being shut down with this potential, it appears, toxic chemical leak reported locally here. And so a lot of residents concerned about this. And they're saying that it did test positive, at least for some of these chemicals, which are cancer-causing chemicals. After learning of this, the John Bartram Association, which runs that 50-acre kind of Southwest Philadelphia park, canceling some events such as public fishing, boating programs. And there's a huge section of the trail there, the Bartram's Mile Trail, where a visitor spotted greenish liquid, because this is a popular biking trail, hiking trail, a lot of people just trying to get in shape, had spotted this greenish liquid that was flowing from a neighboring property right toward the river and reported it. They tested it. Sure enough, came out positive, they say. And so now that area of the trail in particular has been blocked off. And if you look at their webpage, they're trying to give some staff updates, but they describe the leak as a, quote, evolving, potentially dangerous situation.
Wow. Okay. Something to keep an eye on for sure.
So, yeah, testing revealed the presence of chromium, including this version of a chemical known as a cancer-causing chemical that impacts particularly the respiratory system. That's according to the EPA. So they're doing further testing. They say they've alerted the Water Department, Pennsylvania Department of Environmental Protection at the state level, federal level. And so a lot of concern, and I'm sure that obviously now all these different DEP inspectors will be looking at multiple different points, because did it get into our water system, our drinking water system, in other words?
Let's hope not.
So I know that Mayor Sherrell Parker's administration, I don't hear anything from the mayor's office as of yet, but we are expecting that. We did last spring, EPA awarded $2 million to the Philadelphia Industrial Development Corporation for the cleanup of a nearby former oil tank property, 49th Street Terminal. And remember, the Philadelphia Energy Solutions Refinery, former Sunoco Refinery, as we called it for so many years. Remember, that one exploded into flames. That was in 2019. This is on the other side, but it's not too far away. And so a lot of people saying, remember that one? And we saw that burning, and they said, oh, no, everything's fine. Then we learned, no, it's not. So a lot of talk about this one. Just wanted to, point those situations out to you. And then earlier today, we did talk about the tolls to cross the Delaware River Port Authority, 4 bridges connecting Jersey to Pennsylvania, increasing for the first time in 13 years, blaming inflation, higher inflation. They say that they considered, because of inflation, they should have hiked the tolls 30%, but they're holding it at just 20%. So starting September 1st, right around Labor Day, drivers using the Betsy Ross Bridge, Ben Franklin, Betsy Ross, Walt Whitman, Commodore Barry, all those tolls go from $5 up to $6. Yeah. Fun, right?
Indeed.
So all of this going on, all of this swirling as, we look at the breaking news of Biden, local story, national story in Rehoboth. Will there be an announcement out of Rehoboth? We're watching that very carefully. We are sponsored this morning by American Airlines. This summer, American Airlines is flying nonstop from Philadelphia International Airport to Nice, Naples, Copenhagen. When I say Naples, I'm talking about Italy, not Florida, even though we love Naples, Florida.
I love Florida in general.
Yeah, we're talking overseas, right?
Yep.
We're talking France and Italy, nonstop from Philadelphia to the sights and delights of 3 of Europe's coolest cities. But summer won't last forever, so hurry up, relax, book today at AA.com, AA.com. Thank you, American Airlines, for sponsoring our news and our beautiful forecast. 85 degrees today, much cooler humidity, and that continues tomorrow with 87 degrees, but still the humidity holds. So maybe tonight we'll see a pop-up, nothing like we saw last night. About 100,000 people were without power. I believe they have it. The crews have been working overnight. I believe it's down to about 50,000 without power at this hour. They're working very hard to restore all of that power. Kayal and Company News Live.
All right, Dawn, thank you very much. 7:12 as we continue here on this Thursday morning. Let's get to your calls, 855-839-1210. We've got John in Roxborough. He's up next on Talk Radio 1210. What's up, John?
How's it going, Nick? If I could, I'd just like to give you guys some praise. I'm in the van for 10 to 12 hours a day, and I get more information from WPHT 1210 than any other outlet.
Woo!
That's first off. Greg?
Yeah.
No matter what anybody says about you, if not for you, this don't happen. I believe that.
Thank you, John. I appreciate that. It's true.
That'll be a promo.
I'm very put upon. GregStockerSucks.com. Thank you. Sorry.
Now to my point. I watched the RNC last night, and anybody with a service member or anybody of the Jewish faith, how they can vote Democrat is beyond me. They're doing a disservice to their service member. They're doing a disservice to their community. They're doing a disservice to their faith. Last night solidified it was so emotional and so heart gripping. I mean, it was a moment, and I consider myself a strong man, but it was a tearjerker.
Yeah, I think a lot.
That's all I got. Thank you, guys.
You got it, Johnny. We appreciate the kind words as well. And that was I believe, when we interviewed the president, Donald Trump, back on May 10th, I believe the date was. That was the first question I had for him, was how anybody that is Jewish can vote Democrat after what the far left faction of the Democrat Party has been saying and doing since October 7th. And that was one of the clips that went viral with our Trump interview. Pretty much every single question that we asked, every answer Trump gave us in that interview with Dawn and I went viral. But that's one of those things. If you're in the military, if you're Jewish, I mean, just go down all the main things that matter, all the policies. If you want more money in your pocket, why are you voting Biden? If you want more security and a safer border, why are you voting Biden? It's not radical to vote for the other guy that puts that as a priority. It's just common sense, right, Dawn?
Yes, and I agree with John that it was a devastating night for Democrats and Joe Biden. But when those parents came out of the 13 service members killed during Biden's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal, I'm with John. I don't know anybody who could have watched that and experienced that. I mean, I was bawling my eyes out.
I was just going to ask you, how many times did you cry last night?
Oh, my gosh. And to hear the mom of Hunter, their son, the Lopez family, and their son is named Hunter, and the fact that they still to this day were never contacted by President Biden, the commander-in-chief, and according to them, they've even reached out to him, and he's snubbed them. And then during the recent debate where he was a disaster, denying that anybody died on his watch.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. And I watched them and I was flipping for the CNN response. And again, it was CNN going, wow. I mean, it was a knockout punch.
They will, we'll play that. We'll play that in about 15 minutes.
Oh my gosh.
So we'll have that for you. By the way, MSNBC, when they started doing that, cut away from it.
Oh, did they really?
What?
I saw a report about that online. I'm actually trying to find it. I believe I will have
That's
it
a sin.
before the country.
Wow.
That they should be
Boy,
we're not for cancel culture, but they should be canceled, right?
I mean, you can just tell they all see the writing on the wall, and it's really accelerated in the last 36 hours. I mean, CNN, MSNBC. Now Joe is apparently open to stepping aside.
Guys, they want MSNBC and CNN want Trump in.
Of course they do. He's great business for them.
It's going to be their numbers will go up and Fox's numbers will go down.
They don't care about the country. They just care about ratings.
I know how these devious people think because I'm one of them, and they all they care about is getting eyeballs to their network.
Yeah.
And with another Trump presidency, they're going to get a ton of eyeballs on their network.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, since you said MSNBC didn't take which is a sin, take the 13 families of the service members who endorsed Trump last night, I will tell you this. Did you happen to notice that when one Miss Kimberly Guilfoyle, former employee, longtime anchor of Fox, when she went up to speak, Fox never took it.
Really?
Nope.
Now, why would
never
they?
Showed
why?
it.
What's your theory for that?
Well, because she did not
leave on good terms.
And she gives horrible speeches.
Oh.
Too.
Greg, that has nothing to do with it.
She's overanimated.
She left during the whole alleged sex scandal. She was a supporter of some of the news bosses and whatnot who were accused of things. She left amid a huge controversial time. But it wasn't just that, because other people who they didn't carry their speeches, like Ted Cruz the night before, they at least showed the individual in the double box. In this case, it was Jesse Waters. Jesse never mentioned his former colleague.
Oh.
He was doing an interview, and then in the double box, what you saw was the crowd. You saw crowd shots and wide shots reacting to her speech, but they did not take her full on.
Interesting.
Yeah, wow. Interesting
So-
catch.
That's why
by
you can't trust anybody but us.
Yes.
Stop watching cable news, all of it.
Yes.
We'll watch it for you
Yes.
and give you the highlights.
Yes.
And you don't need to watch them anymore.
Right.
Just stop.
We do all the painful stuff and the heavy
Thank
lifting
you.
for you.
Thank you.
So you don't have to.
I appreciate that.
And then Greg yells at me for watching too much of it. So
Well,
I
I don't
can't
want
win one way or the other.
I don't want you to watch it. And yesterday, I asked you to tweet something too, and I told you not to tweet. I'm just a walking contradiction.
But we like that.
I'm a walking contradiction. It's fine.
Yeah, it's like the DNC. 855-839-1210. All right, so stop showing the photo, they say. Remove the bandage, they say. And what are they saying, and what do we know about the shooter's family? Some of those details on the other side, plus your calls at 855-839-1210. Cut sheet in about 25 minutes. Back after this. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
No one is happy to discover that the air conditioner is broken, and it always breaks on the hottest day of the summer in the middle of the night. That's why so many homeowners have Oliver's Peace of Mind membership. For as little as $13 a month, Oliver maintains your home's cooling, heating, plumbing, and electrical systems all year long. Membership also includes annual inspections, exclusive discounts on repairs and replacements, and priority emergency service. Call Oliver today or visit us online at oliverheatcool.com.
If you've been dealing with a POS system that just isn't getting the job done and you're in the restaurant, retail, or casino business, you need to call my friends at PDQ Signature Systems. Joe Flynn and his team at PDQ have the fastest and easiest POS system to learn, use, and manage. Their all-in-one POS system will save you time, effort, and money. Whether you have a single location restaurant or thousands of locations, PDQ can help grow your business like never before. Visit pdqpos.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Hey, Daydreamer. Did we catch you thinking about your dreams? With Wells Fargo Premier, a team can help you plan for them. So let's imagine your biggest dream. Not the easy one, the one behind it. The one you work towards every day and every night. Can you see it? Then we can help you plan for it. Ready to start planning for your dreams? You can at wellsfargo.com/getpremier.
Discover incredible deals at Tri-County Automotive. Drive away in the 2024 Tundra with $1,000 customer cash, or financing as low as 1.99% for 48 months. Or choose the 2024 Wrangler 4XE with financing as low as 2.9% for up to 84 months. Plus, with Tri-County for Life, your engine, parts, and service are guaranteed for life, including free PA inspections and more. Visit TriCountyAuto.net today for more details and experience the Tri-County difference.
This summer, take a trip down memory lane with me and hear from the legends of baseball. I'm Brett Boone from the Brett Boone Podcast. Every week I have a conversation with one of baseball's greats to talk about the glory days and reflect on today's game. Randy Johnson, Pete Rose, Deion Sanders, Jay Buhner, Albert Bell, and Goose Gossage, they've all shared their wisdom with stories of their playing days. To hear who's next, follow and listen to the Brett Boone Podcast on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare more and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-522-2174. 800-522-2174. 800-522-2174.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. The IRS just rolled out a new program to help struggling taxpayers more easily resolve their tax problems. It's called the Taxpayer Relief Initiative, and it opens up powerful new options for people looking to get back on the right track with the IRS. And no one knows this program like the professionals at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution company. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debt for their clients and have the expertise and experience to help you. One easy call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries of wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Make today the beginning of your fresh start with the IRS. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief now for your free confidential consultation.
Call 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928. 800-682-9928.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
There's nothing quite like local. Local is your weekly farmer's market or homemade strawberry ice cream. It's live music on the corner, yoga in the park, and a chance to try something new. That's why AARP is local, right here in our community, offering free events and enriching experiences that can help with finances, family, and fun. Join AARP Philadelphia on July 25th for a virtual tour of the Renoir and Women exhibit at the Barnes Foundation. Learn more at aarp.org/local.
Hey, Clementon. We know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
Kayal and Company roaring back live here on a Thursday morning. A lot of people roaring Allentown. Can't blame them. Tough place to live. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Cut sheet coming up 7:45 this morning. Continue with more of your calls here in just a moment. I want to read this tweet. Very good point by Hugh Jorgen, who says on X, ironic that COVID is what got Biden elected, and COVID is what will take him out of the running. Yeah, it's interesting how things go full circle 4 years later, right?
Thank you, Huge.
Yes.
Yes.
Huge organ.
Huge organ, a.k.a.
liver.
That's one of them.
Big liver.
Liver lips.
Yeah, unlike Nikki Haley and who else is missing lips that we determined yesterday? Nikki has no lips and
Nikki has no lips.
No nip. No nips.
Yeah, no nips. No nips.
lip Nikki.
No lip Nikki.
Oh my gosh.
There's somebody else that we said yesterday. There was two people that have no lips. Who the heck was that?
I don't remember.
Oh well. Anyway,
lips and beards. That's, it's almost like a Game of Thrones. Lips and beards.
Yes.
Lips and beards.
Yes.
But last night the lips were on. Kimberly Guilfoyle. So my kids, that's what you watch something like this with teenage boys. What do they? They notice the other thing that you just said, and lips, and so they're like, "Look at the lips. There's no way those lips are real.
Those are fake lips
or fake other."
Yeah.
And I'm like, you guys.
Yeah.
But
and just to be real petty, and if I could be petty for a moment, because I just said this to Dawn when we were getting coffee down in the kitchen. Enough of the central time zone stuff.
Yes.
All right. Yeah, let's placate and cater to those that matter, and that's us in the Eastern time zone. All right. Selfish moment for us in Pennsylvania, for us that get up at 4 in the morning or 6 in the morning. Do we need J.D. Vance waiting until 10:45 Eastern time to come out?
It's ridiculous. By the way, the ratings for the RNC have been abysmal.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, it's a
summertime.
It's a summertime.
Yeah.
It's a niche thing, is for sure. I think it's for a lot of us in the weeds. Maybe the casual observer wants to hear the Veep for the first time, but I'm not sure that the casual person cares about Ted Cruz or any of these other people that are talking.
I think the leader in it obviously has been Fox. I think they're only getting like 6 million.
Okay.
And I think combined on all the networks, they're getting like 19 million combined.
Is that the total? But what I want to see those ratings. Like, is that for the?
See those ratings.
Well,
I want to talk to a manager.
Show me your numbers.
No, but I just want to know: is it what is the tune in? Is that from 7 to 11? What is that for the whole day?
Probably prime time.
Yeah.
Which I will say, kind of painful, just a petty observation from a broadcaster. And I mentioned yesterday how I hate like the sound quality of these live broadcasts.
Yes.
It's one thing if you have, somebody doing a speech or you have like a round table. But I watched and I noticed, and you said this yesterday with earpiece microphones, Dawn, versus the stick microphone.
Mm-hmm.
Laura Ingraham did her show with the little earpiece connected with the little drop down mic, and it was very painful, and you could tell that she was kind of struggling with the crowd noise. But at 8 o'clock, Jesse Waters was using the handheld mic, and it was much better. As an observer, it's hard to sit through somebody doing a monologue in their opening segment with all that ruckus in the background.
Yes.
Like I actually flipped out of it for a while and put the Golf Channel on because I couldn't it was driving me insane. And I tuned back in for like guys like J.D. Vance. But you got to come up with put them in one of the broadcast booths up in the studio where it's more sound insulated, right?
Agreed.
Like I don't
just
need
create your point. Create a plexiglass whatever behind them to hold the sound. But Jesse Waters listened to the crew. The crew guys know this. Everybody's known this for years. If you have a handheld mic and you put what's called a fuzzy sock over it and you put it right up to your mouth, you're not going. It's going to be fine. You're going to hear the background, sure, but you will hear your voice clearly, and then you don't have to yell like some people yelled at the podium, which was.
Can I just
painful.
say this too? Navy Prepper says most people watch it online. Can I just dispel that myth? Like, most people don't watch online.
Well, most people are not on social media, actually.
That's what I mean.
Right.
Like, most people don't watch online.
I think
the majority of people still watch over network television. The majority of people still listen to this radio show over 1210 WPHT.
Right.
So
as cool as it is to have YouTube in the app.
Agreed. All of this is important, and you need to expand. And there are a lot of people that watch, but a lot of those numbers are pumped up and they're not real.
My question is, to your point, you have YouTube TV, which I have, so we watch that. But I could watch that through my computer. I could watch that on my phone.
They count that as streaming. They count that as streaming.
They count. Yeah. So it is in my TV. They
do factor in Nielsen numbers on TV. Do factor in stream numbers, because if you notice when the by the way, I wasn't even here. I believe you both owe me, or you both owe Families Behind the Badge $20.
Yes, your ratings numbers were actually pretty good.
Oh yeah,
spot on. Yeah, almost.
Yeah, Dawn and I were in the 70 million range.
I still want to see the rating. I want to review those.
Okay. I'd like to speak to a manager.
I'm just saying.
Send her the ranker.
I'm just saying that ratings, like every other crime stats, everything can be manipulated any which way you want.
Sure.
I'm just saying that nowadays, I'm spinning here, but I'm just saying that I think that if you, my question is, okay, if it's streaming on YouTube, or if you're listening to it as you're driving, or to get your kids from whatever sport, and now you're on Sirius or you're on an app, and then you're on the Fox app. Do they put all that together? Does all that count? Because there's so many different sources nowadays.
If you notice that, as I was trying to say, if you notice the number for the debate was one number, and then a day or so later they boosted it up by 1 million or 2 because of streaming. So they do factor in streaming.
Okay. I feel like a lot of people live in clip society now, where they pop on their app or their favorite social media channel. They view 3 clips that are either, taken from a 6-minute speech down to 90 seconds, or, a minute and a half turned down to 20 seconds, taken out of context, and they think they're caught up for the day.
All of these people, I do this for a living. I study this stuff. Trust me, I know what I'm talking about. Kayal and Company, we're kind of right. I know what I'm talking about with this stuff. I study ratings. That's part of my job. I know what I'm talking about. My Lord. Well, 8 million on Rumble and 20 million on it's those are all fake numbers. They're all fake numbers.
Well, remember we went through the views of the debut show of Tucker on X, right? And it was like, oh my God, 225 million people watch. And
11 billion people. No,
right,
11.
And it counts as a view if you just scroll by it in your feed without clicking on it.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a little manipulated for sure. 855-839-1210. I got to rip the media. This is remarkable. This was courtesy of Peter Hassan. He's the editor of the Free Beacon, who shared a story from Axios where a photo editor at a major news outlet is now suggesting that the media should bury the photo of Trump raising his fist because it's, quote, kind of free PR for Trump in a way. And it's, quote, dangerous for media organizations to keep sharing that photo despite how good it is. We've reached the point where our photojournalists out there are claiming stop showing the photo because A, it's dangerous, and B, it's free PR. Yeah, like they can't even allow Donald Trump to show a symbol of strength and toughness in a moment where if he wasn't 2 inches away from having his head blown, like I can't believe that this is going on. According to Axios, multiple photographers are worried privately in conversations with Axios that the viral images from the rally could turn into a kind of photoganda, as in propaganda, with the Trump campaign using them to further their agenda, despite the photographer's intent of capturing a news event. So once again, the gatekeepers of information trying to tell you what's news, what's not, what should be shared, what should be disseminated and redistributed on a variety of media outlets. A photo editor and photographer from a major news outlet said the, quote, amount that publications have been using the photo from apparently the photographer is a guy named Evan is kind of free PR for Trump in a way, and it should not be disseminated despite the iconic moment that it is. That is astounding. Could you imagine if Joe Biden had a piece of his ear taken off? That would be, remember when CNN had the COVID tracker up on their screen?
Yeah.
They would permanently tattoo that image of Biden in the top right portion of your television for the rest of history. Yet these people don't want it. And then you have a journalist and writer. Now, I've never heard of this guy. I don't follow him, but he's got 300,000 followers, and he's got a Substack account. Take that for what it's worth. Stephen Beschloss, who tweeted the following. In Trump's bandage, we're wondering if that is covering the evidence that he was not really shot. Still waiting for medical confirmation from credible sources and doctors beyond Trump on his Truth Social that he was actually hit by a bullet rather than by glass or other debris.
I heard that last night, too.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
And also, there are people that have even gone so far, these are the left-wing conspiracy theories, that the Trump team orchestrated the entire event. So you're telling me they orchestrated they found a random 20-year-old that says, hey, we want you to take off a little bit of the guy's ear, and then we're going to kill you. Do you want to sign up for that? Does that sound cool? Cool. Here's where you sign.
I have a clip from a guy by the name of James Klug, who has a YouTube channel, who goes around and asks a bunch of people what they think of the Trump assassination, and every single one of them thinks it was staged. So all we hear, and I'll play it in about 10 minutes.
Yep.
All we hear is all these conspiracy theorists on the right.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look at the left.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just telling you.
Yep.
Like, conspiracy theories are not, only on the right.
That's correct. And though, the last 4 years, some of the ones on the right have been fairly, if not completely accurate. But, it usually takes 18 to 24 months of humiliation and being, abused by others who disagree with you for it to come to fruition. And then they don't give you an apology or admit you were right all along. But I'm talking about the glass shattering and whether it was a particle of debris. I still don't see it in the video. Where would the glass come from then? Because Trump was not behind a shield, right? He didn't have the normal plexiglass divider in front of him between him and the microphone. So if you're going to claim that it was a particle of glass, then I would ask you, well, where the glass came from. There's also another visual out there that shows like a computer animated view of the real-time adjustment of Trump's head from left to right, where they show you the bullseye, so to speak, of the sniper. And you can legitimately see, and it's different than the one we showed you yesterday, where you can actually see, I mean, that kid had the aim spot on. I mean, it is remarkable for a 20-year-old in that moment with, and who knows what's going through that kid's head at the moment. Obviously, he's completely out of his skull. But, I mean, he was prepared. And if Trump doesn't have that spontaneous moment where he shifts his head, I mean, it is curtains for DJT. But, you know, the left. By the way, has all the people in the media that have wanted Trump what has Keith Olbermann been saying? What have all of these people in the media or past media members that clearly hate the guy? Has Hillary Clinton issued a statement? These are the people that I would like to hear from because they claim to be the virtuous ones. So I would like to think in a moment where somebody is almost killed that you would say, you know what, I might really hate the guy, but I don't wish him to die. I'm still waiting to see those tweets. I'll have to check their feeds during the break. All right, we'll come back. Stocker's got a lot to get to on the cut sheet. It's just about 5 minutes out as we continue. Kayal and Company, Nick, Dawn, and Greg. Back after this. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Comedian Joe Conklin.
Joel Embiid is excited. The process marches on.
Paul George, welcome to Philadelphia.
Maury Morris, hallelujah.
See Joe Conklin's comedy show at Archbishop Wood High School in Warminster, PA, Saturday, September 28th. For tickets, go to joeconklin.com.
The Sixers will prevail.
Oh, baby! joeconklin.com.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out heart-stopping letters, aggressively garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it seem impossible to ever get out of debt. Don't let the tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, the #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in the Fresh Start Initiative, one of the biggest breaks that the IRS has ever offered. If you qualify, you could save thousands. Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, they'll fight to get you the best deal possible. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Your official home for Penn State football and basketball is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app. Listen to every Nittany Lions game on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Do you know when the best time to buy investment properties is? It's now. It's always now. You just need to learn how to buy them correctly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night and learn how to buy investment properties and make money every time. That's right. That's what we teach. We teach how to buy investment properties and make money every time. Go to investorschooling.com and RSVP right now. Take a class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Don't go through life ignorant about how to become a millionaire. Learn how to invest in real estate, the stock market, precious metals, and learn from an expert. At Investor Schooling, we teach these things and more. We only provide education, and we will teach you how to leverage real estate, how to leverage the stock market, and how to leverage precious metals to make more money than you've ever made before. Go to investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday. We will see you there, investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock, $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail here is not to be missed. Volvo should be on your shopping list now. This is the time to purchase from Cherry Hill Volvo.
Lose 20 to 40 plus pounds guaranteed with NJ Diet. NJ Diet uses DNA and blood work to help you lose weight and keep it off. Tune into their radio show Sundays at 2 or visit njdiet.com.
When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have someone else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement but don't have a plan customized to your goals, That's kind of like taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in your suitcase. Seems like a stressful way to start what should be a relaxing time. Jim Cipriotti and the Retire Ready Financial Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to help reduce future taxes, along with a clearly defined income strategy. Call Jim at 610-894-7415 for your complimentary retirement game plan, or visit retirereadyfg.com. That's 610-894-7415.
Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
Hi, everyone. Matt here from Emmons Roofing and Siding. There are a lot of companies out there that say they do roofing, siding, windows, and doors. Some good, some not so good. Be careful of those that say buy two, get two free. Does that really make sense? Think about it. At Emmons, we don't offer gimmicks, just quality products installed by our experienced craftsmen. We do offer 12-month same as cash financing, though. That's not a gimmick. That's because we know how tough it is for some people right now to get these projects done. If you need roofing, siding, or windows and doors, call us for a free estimate today at 856-885-6677 or visit us at callemmons.com.
We buy any car. Why sell your car at WeBuyAnyCar.com? Because selling it yourself can be, well, you know.
Okay, I'll give you half now.
And?
No, and just half.
What? Avoid the hassle. Come to We Buy Any Car instead. Get in, get out, and get paid at a fair price.
Yeah, I can't do half. I could probably bump it up to like 50%. Just go. Okay.
Get your free online valuation now at
WeBuyAnyCar.com. Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT. WPHT.
I must have dreamed 1,000 dreams, been haunted by a million screams.
7:45, Kayal and Company as we roll on Thursday morning. Hopefully all of you having a great start to your day. I was looking at the forecast for the bike ride Sunday. It's going to be a high of 87.
Wow.
So that'll be nice. Nice little reprieve from the mid to high 90s. And with us starting at 7:30, 8 o'clock in the morning and making our way towards the shore, if you're on that team 1210 that is, should be pretty good. You know, a little sunblock, a little water, a little Gatorade.
Again, I made this plea in the 6 o'clock hour. I'm going to make it again at 7:45. We're like $2,500 away.
Yeah, somebody threw in a 50 spot about an hour ago.
$2,500 away from 20,000. So for everybody out there, please donate to the Families Behind the Badge. We want to get to 20,000 by Sunday. But if we could get there earlier, that would be amazing. So just go to gregstockersucks.com, gregstockersucks.com, and make the donations now.
So let's just say we do get there earlier. We get to $20,000 at some point today or tomorrow.
Yeah.
Do we have your official injury status, and what is your availability to ride? Just wonder.
Look, I'm still, I'm still not recovered. I can't run. I can't, I don't want to put a lot of pressure on it for a 65-mile bike ride.
Right.
But we still need $20,000.
We do.
So
Dave Madden actually quoted you yesterday on the bike ride because he was concerned about your ankle, and he goes, "I recall Stocker saying he would do anything for the best cause on the planet." And I was like, "Are you trying to goat the boss into riding with a bum wheel?" And then next thing you know, he almost wiped himself out and took his head off because there was a tree branch on the bike path.
Yeah.
And I was like, "Yeah, you might want to just focus on the road ahead and not Stocker's ankle, or you're going to be out of commission too. I'll be riding by myself at this point." That's fine. Me and Road Warrior, we can handle it all. 855-839-1210, 747 on this Thursday morning. Let's find out what's on the cut sheet.
What's on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Thursday is brought to you by Cherry Hill Volvo, where they have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. Maybe I'll drive a brand new Volvo next to you, Nick.
You'll probably, I was going to say, if you do drive the Volvo, you'll beat me to the shore.
Yeah. I'll drive a Cherry Hill Volvo, and I'll scream at you from with a bullhorn. They have amazingly competitive pricing plus an additional $1,000 discount on all new Volvos. See, now's the perfect time to buy a Volvo. Cherry Hill Volvo is where relationships really do matter. Judith Yosef and the entire team look forward to meeting you. Check them out over at 70 in Cherry Hill Volvo, where relationships matter. Okay, I'm going to start, Phil, with cut 24. So I said earlier, Dawn Stensland,
yes,
Nick Kayal, that MSNBC cut away from the Gold Star families. So it's not really an audio thing, but you can see Rachel Maddow talking as the Gold Star families are in the background. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So they don't actually physically cut away from it, but they don't go to it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Okay. All right.
They don't give it their undivided coverage.
Do we give them? No, we don't give them anything for that, do we?
No. I might give them a new branding label in a minute, but
this is Gold Star parents Herman and Alicia Lopez. They name all the 13 military members slain during the Afghanistan withdrawal under Joe Biden. This is cut 24. Phil, go.
When Hunter and the other service members' bodies were returned to the U.S. in Dover, Delaware, Joe Biden met the plane. But he made the occasion more about his son, lost to cancer, than our sons and daughters lost on his watch. Worse than that, he has never said their names out loud. And during last month's debate, he claimed no service members have died during his administration. None. That hurt us all deeply. So Alicia and I are here to say the names of all 13 service members who lost their lives
holding
all
up some
13
photos.
service members who lost their lives at Abbey Gate. David Espinoza. Nicole G.
A lot of people in this crowd crying. Yep.
Taylor Hoover. Ryan C. Knaus. Riley McCollum. Dylan Marola. Kareem Nakui. Dagan Page. Johanny Pichardo. Humberto Sanchez. Jared Schmitz.
Crowd saying it in unison.
Maxton Sobiak. And my son, Hunter Lopez.
Wow.
Tears streaming down mom's face.
Powerful stuff.
Devastating.
Right there. Yeah, and for all the great work that Herman Lopez did there, I would just say this. If Joe did mention those people's names, he'd probably get them wrong, like he did Laken Riley after days of not saying her name. He called her Lincoln Riley.
But the mom, Mrs. Lopez did say last night that, what also hurt them was when Biden, during the debate, again, never said any of their children's name or their son Hunter's name.
Mm-hmm.
And they made that clear. All these Gold Star families up there endorsing Trump and saying Biden not only is responsible for this disastrous withdrawal, but has refused to meet with these Gold Star families. And then the ultimate was recently in the late June presidential debate, where he snubbed them and forgot them and said that there's no blood on his hands, that he's not responsible for any such deaths.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it was, and the crowd sang their names, which became emotional for these families. Imagine that's your, 19 to 25-year-old who never came home, and now this huge crowd echoing the name of your, son or daughter killed in that. I mean, the emotion of it.
Yeah.
Wow. It was it just swept through the room, and I'm sure swept through millions of American homes. And I'll say this, whatever the ratings were last night, the military community is tight-knit. These images on social media and sent to all of these different individuals, my gosh.
Yep.
Dawn, were you watching on Fox?
Yes.
Because Lori's saying that Fox didn't show that.
Well, that coverage that we showed was courtesy of C-SPAN, right?
I think it was CNN, actually.
Was it CNN?
I was flipping around, but I definitely, they were on Fox.
Okay. I'm just reading a comment.
Not on the, we have YouTube TV. So I was not watching it on the Fox app.
It's the same thing. So.
Well, Fox has two different things. So Fox has the Fox programming with like Jesse Waters and them.
Right.
But they also have that Fox live service.
Okay.
With
so it's
the
like a different feed with different panel members, maybe?
On YouTube TV. Well, no, it's just, what's the guy's name? Like Lachlan, or he's like I forget he's
I don't know.
An anchor. He just basically is running. I think he's
Newman
running
Price
it.
and Fox showed it.
Huh?
Okay. Newman Price and Fox did show it.
Yeah.
Okay.
They definitely definitely had it.
I can't imagine they wouldn't.
Michael Pelka said that the MSNBC crew are in New York, not in and the backdrop that we were seeing was like a television.
Oh, okay.
So they weren't even there.
Yeah. Well, at least CNN, because I brought that up yesterday. I'm like, man, just think about what it takes to be CNN and be an MSNBC the last a couple of days at the RNC convention with what they've done as far as their slanted coverage. They got to feel like they're walking in as the road team into a hostile football stadium. But to your knowledge, I guess none of those people like Maddow and Joy Reid are actually in Milwaukee.
Fox. Trump's 17-year-old granddaughter spoke.
Kai
Madison Trump.
Gorgeous.
Here's just a little bit of her speech from last night. This is cut 19. Phil, go.
But I got a call on Monday morning
from
a young lady who said, "Dad, I want to speak at the RNC." I want to speak at the RNC because I want America to know what my grandpa is actually like. So for the first time ever on a stage, first time ever giving a speech, I want to bring out my eldest daughter and the eldest granddaughter of the President of the United States, your favorite president, Kai Madison Trump.
Yeah, very pretty young lady.
Hi, everyone. My name is Kai Madison Trump. I am the granddaughter of Donald Trump. I'm speaking today to share the side of my grandpa that people don't often see. To me, he's just a normal grandpa. He gives us candy and soda when our parents aren't looking. He always wants to know how we're doing in school. When I made the high honor roll, he printed it out to show his friends how proud he was of me. He calls me during the middle of the school day to ask how my golf game is going and tells me all about his. But then I have to remind him that I'm in school and I'll have to call him back later. When we play golf together, if I'm not on his team, he'll try to get inside of my head. I know. And he's always surprised that I don't let him get to me. But I have to remind him, I'm a Trump too. Even when he's going through all these court cases, he always asks me how I'm doing. He always encourages me to push myself to be the most successful person I can be. Obviously, he sets the bar pretty high, but who knows, maybe one day I'll catch him. On Saturday, I was shocked when I heard that he has been shot, and I just wanted to know if he was okay. It was heartbreaking that someone would do that to another person. A lot of people have put my grandpa through hell, and he's still standing.
Pretty good speech, I gotta say. Nice work out of Kai at 17 years old.
Just turned 17 in May.
Yeah, she's already got better microphone skills than the Vice President of the United States. And how about the fact that, okay, so Donald Trump acknowledges his granddaughter. Meanwhile, on the other side, Joe Biden doesn't acknowledge Navy Gene Roberts, the 4-year-old from Hunter Biden. But I watched that part live, and I got to tell you, the first thing I said was, man, Trump was almost assassinated 5 days ago. Do you want to put a 17-year-old family member out there in the media to the American public? Like, I get it now, Barron's 18, he's an adult, but with all the crazy psychos and what Trump had to deal with a deranged guy trying to shoot him and kill him, would I want my 17-year-old daughter out there?
It's an interesting question.
Not sure that I would, but it's easy to Monday morning quarterback it when it's not your child.
But that's just it.
Yeah.
It shows you when she says, my grandpa tries to get into my head, because apparently she's a really good athlete and a good golfer and a great student. But my grandpa tries to get in my head, but I remind him, I'm a Trump too. Mm-hmm. This family, the entire family, look at them. I mean, they just had an assassination attempt. We forget that, like you said, days ago. And here she is. First of all, to be this age, I have a kid this age, to get up in front of an audience of millions and a huge crowd.
Yeah, she handled it great.
Incredible.
Yeah.
That's her poise, everything. She was so natural. She was absolutely impressive and incredible. And the fact that she insisted on speaking. This family, I mean, they're fighters, but she's also humanizing her dad or her grandpa and her family as they're being called, Hitler and all, that still continues on social media. Mm-hmm. You look at this kid, at this high school girl who's saying, my grandpa calls me and he gives me candy and soda, and it's undeniable. And so just peeling away all of these layers of lies about this family, to me, I simply think this was a home run for not just the RNC, but for Trump and the media, the transformative media image.
Pretty funny, too, that Trump calls her while she's in class, and she's like, I'm in school, I gotta go.
Yeah. But she takes the call.
Hey, well, I would, too.
She can go, it's my grandpa.
Although if she goes to school in Virginia, smartphones are about to be banned, so she's not going to be able to have it.
By the way, streaming live on YouTube, please hit the hit the subscribe button if you have not done so yet, and hit the like button on today's show. It helps the algorithms.
The old
word
algorithm.
algorithms. When you hit the like button and you hit the subscribe button, it's all free. It just takes literally one click. It helps our algorithms, which helps us to reach many more people, because YouTube is
not our friend.
Not our friend. So we need to outsmart YouTube by making sure that everybody who's watching hits the like button, so more people can view it. Okay, Donald Trump Jr., who, by the way, Nick, we're bringing into town.
Yes, I heard, and yeah. I will be there to partake in the festivities. You had me at Cocktails and Cash Bar.
What are you going to drink?
I'm going to whatever the bosses are ordering up. I'll just jump on the company tab and grab one myself.
See how he is, Don? He doesn't pay for anything himself.
No.
He waits until David Yadgaroff or Rob Kalustian opens up their
Team Tito's, baby.
Yeah,
we're all Tito's guys.
Their company credit card, and then he's like, "I'll take a double."
Yeah, and then another double.
When you're paying for it,
I go singles or I go whatever draft is on special. Bidenomics, baby.
Scottish Rite Auditorium, Nick Kayal.
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
Scottish Rite Auditorium. I will introduce Dom and Don Jr., which, by the way, speaking of that, does he like to go as Don Jr.?
Great question. It's a great question.
Because he is Donald Trump Jr., but I've heard Dom cut the promo and he calls him Don.
I'm gonna throw a flag on that play.
Okay.
Because I did hear Dom's promo, And I do believe that it's Donald Trump Jr. I don't think he goes by Don Trump Jr. Maybe he does. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe in his inner circle with his buddies. But I think
you
from a
should,
presentation
introduction,
standpoint, yeah,
you should definitely say Donald Trump Jr.
That's what I would say as well.
You should say Don Trump Jr. and then he can smack you on the back of the head as you're walking out on stage.
That's beard on beard violence, man. Can't be having that here. Party of unity.
So I told David last night, I go, yeah, my boss asked me to introduce Donald Trump Jr. on stage for a huge event, but of course I choose you, my son, because I have to, that's such a mom passive aggressive.
I know.
Horrendous.
Right?
Horrendous.
And he's like, Mom, really? Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. I wanted the whole Kayal and company up there to introduce, and Dawn's like, well, I have
we already have
Junior
our flights.
Olympics. I'm like, what?
Well,
cancel that.
Priorities.
Here's the bright side, Dawn. Here's the positive spin. You don't have to pay that 20% increase from $5 to $6 going across the bridge.
Yeah, tickets are going really fast. So if you're waiting to buy tickets, I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
1210WPHT.com.
Thank you. Donald Trump Jr. yesterday, he brought up corn pop, which I think is just amazing. I love the tale of corn pop.
It is great.
It's been a theme on this radio station for like 5 years, and it's been great. This is cut 17. Phil, go.
You in jail for making a meme. It's like the entire world has been turned upside down. Does any of this sound like a country that's going in the right direction?
It's like a wrestling promo.
And honestly, who is actually running the country anyway?
What?
It's obviously not Joe Biden. So who are they asking us to elect? Seriously, who's running things? Does anyone really know? Is it Jill? Is it Hunter?
He's got a team.
Barack Obama?
Yes.
Maybe it's the ghost of corn pop.
The bad dude.
Whoever is running the show, the only thing they are effective at is persecuting my father. They twisted, contorted, and corrupted the criminal code to turn bookkeeping errors into felonies. They concocted new legal theories out of thin air. They imposed gag orders on my father because the last thing a defendant should be able to do is defend himself, right? They punished him for merely speaking the truth. They say they hate Vladimir Putin, but it sure seems like they've spent a lot of time copying his playbook.
What?
In this country, we don't criminalize political differences.
What?
We debate them. We vote on them. But we don't make you choose between picking a party or picking a jail cell.
I gotta say this too, like you brought up a very good observation, Nick Kayal. The Trumps and the party has done a very good job of turning politics into sports entertainment.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. They're all great. They're all entertainers. They're good at what they do. I was thinking about this because we've talked about when we had Trump on the show about Barron, and he said that great clip of how Barron gives him political advice, and maybe one day he goes down that path. When we get past the next 4 years or 5 months or whatever, determining what Trump looks like as far as his involvement in the political arena, whether he gets reelected or not. What do the rest of the Trumps do moving forward in the Republican Party? I know Dawn and I, we joked, 2041, Barron Trump will be eligible to run for president at 35. Do you see Don Jr. entering the arena?
Well, there was an article yesterday about him being like the new kingmaker, as far as because he's the one who's been pushing for J.D. Vance,
right?
So you could really say that J.D. Vance is Trump's vice president because of Don Trump Jr.
Well, supposedly they became friends. They actually have been friends, and so supposedly it was Don Jr. who has been friends with J.D. Then got Eric on board and got the rest of the family. So they were really lobbying for J.D. Vance.
Yeah. And it'll be interesting to see if Don Jr. in 2028, 2032, if he's just an influencer, so to speak, for the Republican Party, if the MAGA movement continues post-Donald Trump, or if he directly starts to have ambitions to run himself. Because, I mean, if J.D. Vance is a home run for 4 years and is a great vice president, I would say he's got the inside track, obviously, in 2028, followed by somebody else like a DeSantis who might want to challenge him in a primary. But, then all of a sudden you throw in the curveball. What if Don Jr. wants to run for office? Then that would be, and would he win? Would he be effective? I mean, I've said it for a long time that I think Donald Trump is one of one. He's a unicorn. I don't think you can replicate what he does, and I'm not sure that Trump Jr. would be able to do what his old man has done.
This is a 98-year-old World War II veteran that spoke yesterday.
God bless him.
By the way, he's 1,000 times more sharp than Joe Biden is at 81.
And 17 years older.
I'm serious about that. Cut 20, Phil, go.
And President Trump, back in Commander-in-Chief, I would go back to re-enlist today. And I would storm whatever beach my country needs me to fight again. God bless you. God bless our home and the United States of America.
There you go.
What an interesting guy. What a special individual. And really a special generation. That is...
Very few left.
Very few left.
Yep.
And I dare I say very few today in the Gen Z, Gen Alpha, hell, even the millennials out there that would sacrifice what that generation sacrificed and risked all those years ago. That's why every time I get a chance to meet any of these vets, especially the older the better for me, they're great. And their handshakes never die off. They're still
so
strong
true.
as they were when they were like 30.
Yeah,
it's remarkable.
That gentleman that you had breakfast with.
Yeah,
that
99.
99. He almost broke your hand. Didn't
He did. He did. I would not mess with that guy.
Think of J.D. Vance as a vice presidential candidate, right? And first military member since 2008. This is also, I think, another thing by design with Trump hitting hard when you couple the fact that J.D. Vance served in the military, served in Iraq, signed up, and you think about that, then you think of the the disastrous withdrawal in Afghanistan, those Gold Star families standing up there. Now you see this elderly service member who says, I'd be proud of if Trump is president, I'm proud to serve again.
Right.
I mean, there's such a theme hitting so many different chords, hitting so many different generations. And it was, to me, it was the right tone, celebrating the lives and as heroes by those Gold Star families, finally saying under Trump, they're getting the recognition that Biden has denied them.
Right. Yeah, well said. The only thing I wonder, because J.D. Vance, we talked about this, and I played you that clip yesterday, whether or not he will get young voters to vote Trump and vote Republican. The young generation today is very much anti-war, which I applaud, and I'm glad they have that belief. But I also think when you look at some of the recruiting numbers not being hit today, and there's a lot of reasons for that, as we've discussed on the show, does the military and what these individuals risk and the service they provide for their country, does it resonate with the young voter? That's my concern, that it doesn't. They're so anti-war and they're so into their own little world that they don't appreciate the fact that somebody's willing to risk their life for their country. That's kind of like the double-edged sword I've been thinking about with J.D. Vance and the youth vote, especially with J.D. Vance being the veteran that he is.
Veteran, but also if he's parked, as they say here in Pennsylvania and the Rust Belt states, the other swing states, the fact that he can speak to the fact of growing up as a Democrat, he hits so many tones. In other words, the opioid crisis, the border crisis, yes, military veteran, but jobs, jobs, jobs. There's a report out today about how Pennsylvania, all the young people are leaving. We have this older population. Why? Because of the tough regulations that under Governor Josh Shapiro and the Democrats here in Pennsylvania, the jobs are shrinking. Despite any report they want to put out, they're leaving states like Pennsylvania. And so I just think that J.D. Vance hits all of those at once.
Yeah. And as we said, according to that report, Vance will be parked in Pennsylvania with occasional detours to Michigan and Wisconsin.
Speaking of J.D. Vance, he was the main event last night. Let's go to Cut 22, Phil. This is J.D. Vance last night. Cut 22, go.
Mr. President, I will never take for granted the trust you have put in me. And what an honor it is to help achieve the extraordinary vision that you have for this country. Now, I pledge to every American, no matter your party, I will give you everything I have to serve you and to make this country a place where every dream you have for yourself, your family, and your country will be possible once again. And I promise you one more thing. To the people of Middletown, Ohio, and all the forgotten communities in Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Ohio, and every corner of our nation, I promise you this: I will be a vice president who never forgets where he came from.
There you go.
Well said by him, and as I said in the big take, he comes off very natural in that element. And the thing that I mentioned a few days ago when Trump announced him and named him to be the vice president, you know, the left loves to sell victimhood and equity. Kamala Harris is always preaching how we all don't start off in the same position, but via equity, we can all get to the same finish line, which is not true. And I hate to break everybody's bubble. Not everybody reaches the mountaintop of life. Some people end up in a B+ position. Some people end up A+, some people make six figures, some don't, some have $1 million home, some have to rent an apartment. J.D. Vance is proof that you can be born dirt poor and ascend all the way to the top. 39 years old, served his country. Yale Law School graduate. He's younger than me, for God's sakes. I'm here doing a morning show. He's the vice president. I mean, like think about that for a second. So when they sit there and say, oh, just because you're born poor, yeah, you might have to work a little bit harder. But if you have the ability and the heart to get to where you want to be, it's possible. You know, sometimes fit matters. Right place, right time. But that guy was born dirt poor in Ohio. Have you ever seen how depressed some areas of Ohio really are?
Some parts of Pennsylvania.
And Wisconsin.
And Wisconsin.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. More from J.D. Vance. Cut 23, Phil, go.
People will not fight for abstractions, but they will fight for their home. And if this movement of ours is going to succeed, and if this country is going to thrive, our leaders have to remember that America is a nation and its citizens deserve leaders who put its interests first. Now, we won't agree on every issue, of course, not even in this room. We may disagree from time to time about how best to reinvigorate American industry and renew American family. That's fine. In fact, it's more than fine. It's good. But never forget that the reason why this united Republican Party exists, why we do this, why we care about those great ideas and that great history, is that we want this nation to thrive for centuries to come.
Yeah, I love the fact that you can bring up things like, you know, disagreements and debate and dialogue and discourse and discussion. I get it. Not everybody is a argumentative individual. Not everybody's type A. But the fact that the left just tries to shut, and that's the thing that's so annoying, even with friends and family that you might have that are Trump haters or very, very liberal, if not progressive. They don't even want to engage in a debate with you. They just want to shout you down, and they've already arrived at their conclusion. I've actually been thinking about this. I'm not going to engage in politics with anybody in my family that disagrees with me because it's a useless exercise. It just makes my voice go hoarse and my head hurt. So I think moving forward, I do it 20 hours a week. I'm going to take the same approach I did in sports radio. I'm not doing a sports talk show with my family at Thanksgiving. You want my opinion? Tune into the radio.
Amen.
I'm done with it.
Or on Twitter.
Well, not even on Twitter.
I don't need your opinion on Twitter. Okay.
Can we stop getting our news from Twitter?
You save it. I applaud you for waiting after the assassination attempt on Trump. I applaud you for waiting.
2 days I went.
I know.
I was going through. I had the shakes.
I applaud it.
I put the patch on.
Thank you.
Chewed the gum.
With J.D. Vance, if I can just say this, he repeatedly one of his other themes is talking about, I won't forget you. I mean, one common thing, I know my mom was born and raised in Wisconsin. When she and my dad met and she was 18, her home in rural Wisconsin did not have running water. They had an outhouse. They had a pump out back.
What town? What town in Wisconsin, by the way?
In the Rhinelander Post Lake area in Wisconsin.
Okay.
And so she was born in Fond du Lac. So anyway, the thing about it is that there's a saying in many of, whether it's Ohio, Wisconsin, parts of Pennsylvania, before the screen door slams and mom says, remember who you are. Remember, it's a common thing. Remember who you are. It's like, and so that when he ends his speech with that I won't forget where I come from. There's a theme throughout this that Joe Biden has forgotten you. Joe Biden has forgotten the Democrat Party. Joe Biden has forgotten our veterans, our military members.
Doesn't forget Zelensky,
Joe Biden
though.
has forgotten our workers, our union workers. And so that's the theme here. I think this is a beautifully delivered speech, but it's also a beautifully written speech.
It's amazing, too, when you talk about forgotten and what your focus is. Joe Biden and this entire administration, all they do is cater to the fringe. They cater to the 1%. They cater to the 7% of LGBTQ community. They leave they leave the masses. Like, that would be like us, neglecting the top 2, 3, or 4 stories and spending way too much time on this show on a fringe topic that 90% of our audience doesn't care about. There's an old phrase in radio called play the hits. And if you play the hits and the things that matter most to the audience and you appeal to the broad majority, you have a chance to succeed. Why just go around to the little fringes and nibble around the edges when you could take the big chunk of the peanut butter cup? That's not what this Biden administration does. And I think you're right when when you say about nobody forgotten. That also plays into Trump with the whole, leave nobody behind, forgotten man concept that Trump has echoed in the past. It's a pretty good pairing so far. I like it.
Cut 10 here, Phil. This is Joy Reid saying that if Joe Biden recovers from COVID, by the way, Joe Biden tested positive for COVID. He's in our thoughts and prayers. It should be seen as a sign of strength, similar to Donald Trump surviving an assassination attempt. I heard this. I heard this, and I'm just like, what in the ever-loving F is this? Are these people talking about?
This is the mainstream media, folks.
Cut 10, Phil, go.
Here's the question that I have on that. These two men are both elderly. Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention.
By the way, can I stop it for there? Yeah. It does sound like she's really talking conspiratorial, doesn't it?
He was given 9 seconds for a photo op.
Very weird. We'll find out about that someday. I just like the tone of that screams this was a false flag from Joy Reid.
Joy, it's real simple. Crazy 20-year-old and failure of duty by the Secret Service.
Duty.
There you go.
I'm going to start that cut over again, Phil, if you will. Cut 10, one more time. Go.
Here's the question that I have on that. These two men are both elderly. Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that and bouncing right back and going right to his convention is being conveyed in the media world as a sign of strength. This current president of the United States is 81 years old and has COVID. Should he be fine in a couple of days, doesn't that convey exactly the same thing? That he's strong enough, older than Trump, to have gotten something that used to really be fatal to people his age. So if he does fine
and now it's a
out
cold.
of it and
Used to
comes
be
back and is
fatal.
able to do rallies, isn't that exactly the same?
I
mean, it's not exactly the same. It's not the same incident, but it's an elderly man coming through out of an illness.
It should.
It should.
Boy, she's really reaching, boy, isn't she? See, this is what happens when you allow somebody to live rent-free in your head for 8 years. You box yourself in on an island of stupidity and isolation, and that's where her and Maddow and some of these deranged nut jobs that just can't just use basic logic and common sense. Mild symptoms of COVID versus an assassination are not the same thing, Joy. Whether you're 81, 78, or 75 and 16 years old. It's not apples to apples. My God. And we really need to examine the 9 seconds thing that she's talking about there. Because, you know, what's amazing to me is when Republicans are critical and display critical thinking skills, it's labeled conspiracy theory. Yet the gatekeepers of facts and the mainstream media, well, these are the conversations that need to be had. It's not conspiratorial. It's us being journalists and asking a lot of questions. Remarkable dichotomy.
Meanwhile, over on CNN, we started the program with this morning. This is Van Jones talking about Joe Biden's positive COVID diagnosis. This is cut 12. Phil, go.
A bullet couldn't stop Trump. A virus just stopped Biden. You got the nominees of this party getting their butts kissed. Biden's getting his butt kicked by his own party. The Democrats are coming apart. The Republicans are coming together.
Who knew that Van Jones was a poet?
He literally just made an ad for the Trump campaign.
Yeah, if you're Stephen Miller or Jason Miller and you're looking for what's his name, Scandino, Scavarino, I forget. He puts all the Trump ads up on social.
Dan Scavino.
Scavino,
Jr.
yeah.
Yep.
You just take that right there. You dub in some music and you put up some visuals of Donald Trump raising his fist and Joe Biden. By the way, did you see Joe Biden getting into his transportation after he tested positive for COVID? I mean, if he's got mild symptoms, he's walking around like with a bigger limp than Stalker with a bad ankle.
Very bad ankle.
My God.
Thank you, Nick Kayal, for your concern about my ankle.
You're welcome.
I don't believe I will be able to ride on Sunday.
I knew you'd never make it. I knew it. One day I hope that you will ride.
Okay.
One day.
I have.
No. I mean, in the Kayal and Company era.
Oh, okay.
I can't account for past eras. I wasn't here. Okay. I mean, I know you've been here since the Nixon administration. But some of us are new.
It's true. It's true.
It's a sin.
This is so. Will Biden make it to the? Will he be the nominee? This was CNN reporting on what some senior advisors are telling them. This is cut 11. Phil, go.
And talking to a senior Democratic advisor tonight who is telling me this. He said he believes the president is being, quote, more receptive to these calls of concern. He goes on to say this: the private conversations with the Hill are continuing, this advisor tells me. He's being receptive, not as defiant as he is publicly. Goes on to talking about Vice President Kamala Harris, who initially he wondered how she may fare in a campaign should it come to that. I'm told now he's asking questions saying, do you think Kamala can win? Again, this advisor offers caution saying this: it is still unclear where he's going to land, but he seems to be listening. So, Jake, what we do know, this is a a new moment for President Biden. Tomorrow marks 3 weeks since the debate in Atlanta, as you well know. He's heard so much concern from across the Democratic Party. Time is running short. The Democratic National Committee was thinking about starting their nomination process next week. That is now on hold. That will not begin until August 1st. So there is a bit of time for the president to make his decision. But hanging over all of this is the same thing as it's been for the last 3 weeks. If not him, who? But tonight, as the president flies back to the East Coast from Las Vegas, it is certainly a new moment for him and his potential candidacy, Jay.
If not him, who? How did you steal that from the Travis Manion Foundation? Shame on you. I would say that we're now 3 weeks today was the debate.
Yep.
21 days removed since that debate in Atlanta, Georgia. Probably the worst 3-week stretch for the Democrat Party since Hillary Clinton lost the election in 2016 to Donald Trump. I think you have to go back 8 years, at minimum, maybe even longer. But I think if you read between the lines there, I think Pelosi, Schumer, and Obama are starting to wear Joe down. I think they are probably, if you pay attention to Nancy Pelosi, she's savage, and she's 84 years old. She's a relentless career political diabolical hack, and she's probably just banging the drum. Joe, you got to do what's best for the party. You got to do what's best for the party.
Yeah, you wonder how. There's all these reports of all these Dem donors that refuse to pump money into the Biden campaign.
Yep.
You have all of these top Democratic officials urging him to step down. You have the a lot of senators and House members urging him to step. What is the tipping point, do you guys think? You know what I mean? Like what is? I would think that a Schumer Pelosi double team might really spell the end for him, but I don't know.
I think the weight that the Obama brand still carries with the Democratic Party and that base matters.
I agree.
I think if Obama were to publicly come out either in a tweet or an interview and be point blank direct.
He did come out after the debate and said something. We all have bad debates. Trust me, I know. But Joe Biden, blah 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 blah.
Yeah.
Which was kind of an endorsement.
Yeah.
But a lot has happened since then.
Right. And you can't be passive aggressive. You can't beat around the bush. I don't think a Hillary Clinton direct statement carries the same weight. I think it would have to come from Obama. That's to answer your question. That would be, I think, the tipping point.
Obama's not going to do it publicly.
No.
But he'll call him Joe.
Do you
think it's time?
Do you think he's doing that? Do you think he's going to do that?
Reportedly, this morning, that's the report this morning that he's now considering it. And so I think, I simply think that, and look at Afghanistan. When is their convention? Their convention's in August. I know that, the timing of it all with Afghanistan, I think that is devastating. I think they're looking at all of these numbers coming out. And the fact that when you look at the map and you think about the states in play that nobody even thought they were in play, Democrats, I think they're thinking about, okay, how, damage control.
Yeah.
Because it's not just the top of the ticket. Remember, they're looking at down ticket, and they're thinking, we're going to lose everything. We're going to lose the House. We're going to lose the Senate. And we're going to lose, obviously, the executive branch, the presidency. So it's not just one thing. It's not just top of the ticket. It's the whole shebang, if you will.
Also, look, too, I just pulled it up. The DNC is the week of Monday, August 19th through Thursday, August 22nd.
Yep.
A lot of people on vacation at that time. A lot of people that, will be scheduling vacations leading into Labor Day. And I know we typically take a week off around Labor Day before we come back. I don't know if it's a positive or a negative that's when the DNC is, because if you replace Joe with Kamala while people are checked out, getting their last vacation of the summer in, does that work against them? Because you would want a lot of people to be buzzing and talking, right, and paying attention to Joe's replacement. But, you got people down at the Jersey Shore. They don't care. They're going to dial back in after Labor Day. Interesting to see the way people would consume that, because we're talking about the RNC ratings being low with a lot of people on vacation in mid-July. So
yeah, and that's what the Democrats are saying right now. They're saying everybody's on vacation. We get it together. We have the convention. We figure out the game plan, and we still have the equivalent of 3 minutes left in the game.
Mm-hmm.
And so they have enough. Do they have enough time? I think they're trying to figure that out.
Gotcha.
But they need him, and also to crush momentum. So even today, the headline that Biden is in Rehoboth, has COVID. What if they come out with the announcement today when Trump is supposed to speak tonight?
Mm-hmm.
Do they put a damper, or do they try to do a spin and steal away some of the momentum of tonight's big Trump, the biggity big night?
Mm-hmm.
And so do they try to ruin that?
Yes.
Or not ruin it, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Interrupt.
Yep.
So let's get to the shooter from Saturday, shall we? This showed up the other day. I'm sorry, you were going to say something?
You know what? Peter S. on the group chat just said this. A lot of schools start up end of August.
Yeah.
And I know all the sports, football at least, but a lot of the sports go back mid-August.
Yep.
The colleges come back mid-August.
Yep.
So that's a great point.
Mm-hmm.
This is Cut 9, Phil. This is we made reference to this earlier. This is new footage that shows Thomas Crooks, the alleged shooter, suspiciously walking around before trying to assassinate Donald Trump. A new report claims Crooks was spotted with his rangefinder by the United States Secret Service 3 hours before the rally. 3 hours before the rally.
It's amazing.
Crooks was first noticed at 3 p.m. on Saturday in the security screening area, with his rangefinder. The United States Secret Service kept an eye on him, but lost him when he believed to have gone to his car to retrieve his rifle. Phil, if you could just roll this video of him suspiciously walking around.
Yep, there he is, right in the back by that shed, just pacing. That's got to be, oh God, it's got to be well over 100 yards out, probably. I mean, that's I guess technically outside of the internal perimeter of the rally. Looks like maybe there's a fence. Looks like the top of the fence is right at his head level, as you can see, like top of his head and then the rest of his body, and he's just surveying the landscape.
About 40 minutes before the shots rang out, Crooks was spotted again by Secret Service, which is when the last known photograph of him alive was taken. So there's a lot of security failures that have happened here, and thank God for people with smartphones. I can't believe I'm saying that, but because of people with smartphones, we're able to piece a lot of this together. Right?
We talk about police officers and body cam footage to protect them from false claims against people that are pulled over or involved in police altercations. Do we have to get to the point now where Secret Service have body cam footage, or the conversations that they have with their earpieces and their walkie-talkies are being recorded 24/7 so we can kind of corroborate and confirm or deny what's being reported and what's true and not true? Because the fact that the average guy out there is filming this dude walking around. And I'd love to know, why is that guy filming that? What was the point of that guy filming? Was he filming that random guy who we now know is Thomas Crooks? Or is he just doing this to post it on his social media feed? Because from that vantage point, he's not showing a crowd, really.
No.
It's pretty much that guy.
It's a great question. It's a very good question. Why did whoever took that photo, and that's obviously a cell phone photo, why did that person choose to take video of him doing that?
And like yesterday, we talked about all these other theories. Why is the lady in the black hat with the sunglasses pulling out her phone to record or go live in the middle of the altercation where Trump is shot at?
Yep.
I said yesterday she looks way too casual in the middle. I mean,
so the $1 million question: why didn't Secret Service rush to protect Trump in this moment? This is Butler Township manager Tom Knights, who did an interview with Fox Digital. He says that the local police officer who interrupted Thomas Crooks was hanging from the roof after being lifted up by an officer. This is just a little bit of that. This is Cut 8. Phil, go.
All law enforcement were notified of a suspicious person somewhere on the grounds. Once the suspicious individual was identified as being in the vicinity of the AGR building, our police, who were primarily assigned to traffic duty and traffic control, did in fact, because of proximity, move towards that building to assist in trying to find and identify, the suspicious person. It's a light manufacturing office building. I'm not aware of a very specific assignment, not being part of the planning meetings, to whether or not anybody was truly assigned, dedicated to not only the building, but that immediate grounds. I don't have that answer.
So, when we talk about blame and who should not be blamed with the two different agencies, the Secret Service and these local officers, the only person I have an issue with the Butler police is the guy who climbed up, saw crooks, and then climbed back down the ladder when he could have eliminated the threat right there. Other than that, Butler police was basically there to be traffic cops, right?
Yep.
So they get a pass for the most part. But the Secret Service, and again, I'm not ripping the Secret Service that jumped on Trump. That girl and the other agents that protected him risked their life. More bullets could have been coming their way. Not blaming them. But Cheadle has to be fired.
Yeah.
And the question is, and I heard Ted Cruz say this last night, what do you have to do to get fired in the Biden administration? The amount of lack of accountability in every department where people just routinely drop the ball. But everybody just seems to have like a lifetime contract with this group. It's unbelievable. How do you not fire her? And her defense makes it worse. She claims the buck stops with me. And then, yesterday, what was the theme of yesterday from when Bruno joined us till we got off the air? Sloped pitched roofs, right? They got cows that can walk on roofs, but we don't have Secret Service because they're at risk. Give me a break. You gotta give me a better defense than that.
Okay, a couple things. As far as crooks go, he supposedly had the rangefinder.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And that's what I don't get, that anybody, especially if you're in law enforcement or military, anything of that nature, a rangefinder, it's not... you can see him carrying it.
Well, it's the same one. He had the same one that I have on the golf course. You pull it out, you put it up to your eye, you look for your target, you click the button, and it'll tell you how many yards away that target is. Why do you need a rangefinder at a rally?
Ding, 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 ding.
That's I mean, Sherlock, you don't have to be Sherlock Holmes to figure this out.
So he has that. They see him. To me, I just think it's a couple of things. First of all, as far as all the photography, if I go on my phone when I'm at something and I'm just doing a pan or I'm going around, sometimes I'm recording. I don't know I'm recording. It can happen.
Yeah. So JK13 says if you watch the entire video, it's just a person panning the scene.
Panning. Yeah. So that's all. They're just panning through. That's why the feds and law enforcement, they kept saying, I think on Monday, we were giving out the website. Please look through all your video. Maybe you captured something.
Yeah.
And that's what people did, which is thank goodness that they did that. The other piece of it is we definitely have confirmed that, in fact, there was a ladder. There was a ladder that they believe that the wannabe assassin used. However, for those two, the local cops, the Butler County Sheriff's Office has confirmed those cops did not see that ladder. You had one cop who was boosting up the other one, who was grabbing the ledge as if you're doing like a pull-up.
Yeah.
And so he's doing a pull-up. Then when he sees this happen, it sounds like he's taken aback because the shooter points the gun at him, and now you've got a wobbly situation because the guy, he falls back. So that was the report that they're giving. By all accounts, from what I'm seeing, that cop who is unnamed is being called a hero to maybe rush the shooter. But that was finally confirmed by Butler County.
Okay.
Here in Pennsylvania.
Got it.
This is Cut 21, Phil. The GOP senators confronted Secret Service Director Kimberly Cheadle at the RNC yesterday. This was Marsha Blackburn did this. This is Cut 21. Phil, go.
This is exactly what you were doing today on the call. Stonewalling.
Attempt. You owe the people answers. You owe President Trump
And Interesting, right?
Yeah, I mean, you got to get this lady in front of Congress under oath. There needs,
Monday.
I want every possible question that all of us have asked and wondered, whether it's us on the show, the callers, the tweets, YouTube chat. I mean, they need to pepper her with question after question to the point where she either comes up with some sort of better answer, or after Monday, maybe she puts in her resignation, because the Biden administration, they're not going to fire her.
She's not going to resign, and they're not going to fire her.
Nope.
The end.
Yep.
This is Trump campaign manager Jason Miller. He was on with CNN, and he rejects attacks on the Secret Service agents. He says there shouldn't be any criticism.
It's a very interesting position that the entire administration's taking.
It really is. This is cut 6. Phil, go.
There has been some recent criticism on the right of the Secret Service agents that swarmed President Trump. Some people noting that there were a lot of women Secret Service agents on his personal detail, and calling into question whether or not they were up to the job. And Eric Trump actually was on with my colleague defending them, because one of them in particular was apparently a member of his detail. I want to show you what Eric had to say, and then we'll ask you about it.
I've been very outspoken in terms of the people on that stage. I've probably said this 10 times now. The people on that stage love him. They would take a bullet for him. And
obviously they ran right in front.
And they demonstrated that. One of the females on the stage, she was with me for 3 years. I know everything about her. She would take a bullet for me. She would take a bullet for him, as courageous as they come. Same with everybody else that was around him. The head of his detail was on that stage. Believe me, the last thing that they wanted was that to happen, and they did all the right things.
Look,
so he says that she would have taken a bullet for Eric. She would have taken a bullet for him. What would you say as the person speaking on behalf of the Trump campaign to people who are criticizing that detail, those women and men who swarmed the president that day?
Well, to echo what Eric was saying, and what Eric was saying really reflects what President Trump has been saying both publicly and privately. Everyone who's a part of his detail, they'd put their life on their line anytime for anyone to make sure to protect them. And there shouldn't be any criticism. You saw the way that they pounced literally on top of President Trump within seconds, putting their own bodies in the way. You can't criticize people for that.
So you look at this, and I think the Trump campaign has allowed the pro-Trump media to do the defending, the ridiculing, and the questioning of the Secret Service. Trump has been very stoic, very uniting and unifying, and he's allowed other people to basically say what you would expect and anticipate Trump to say. And it's on down the board, from Trump to Vance to Trump's kids. I think this is a very, very sound political strategy. The only question I have is, does that continue to be the theme for the next 3+ months moving forward? Or as we get closer to another debate, does Trump start to get more argumentative, combative, which, I mean, that was almost killed. He's got every right to do.
I think there's two separate things here. Okay. I think that to the people who are there, they are the ones that, jumped on top of him. I think the questions are the upper level of the Secret Service and the planning of it all. You know what I mean? And the director, and how somebody like that could have gotten so close to the former president. I think those are valid questions.
Yeah.
You're not questioning the loyalty of those Secret Service. I think you're questioning the leadership.
Yeah,
no?
if you can't trust the people at the top of the totem pole, and you have all the resources available to you in the world. I mean, if you're Donald Trump, I'll tell you right now, if this was me, I go forward publicly. Secret Service, not enough. U.S. Marshal, not enough. Local authorities, not enough. I tell my team, and I might even interview them myself personally to weed out the nobodies versus the ones that I'd be like, that's somebody I can trust with my life. I would find Navy SEALs, snipers, combat veterans. Find yourself the baddest dudes on the planet that you feel assured will keep you alive, that you can trust. That would be me. Because the reports are there are more threats on Trump's life in the coming weeks. That's been reported as well.
Yeah. Yep. All right, that's what I got.
And the family.
Yeah.
And the family.
Yep.
And the Trump family.
Yep. That's why I brought up. That's why I brought up Kai Trump. I mean, at this time, I don't know that I would send out a 17-year-old, but that's just me. All right, we'll come back, wrap up the 8 o'clock hour. Dawn's got a big 3 on the way, and then all of the people in politics, Hollywood, entertainment that are either telling Joe to drop out of the race, those that are just concerned, and those that are saying, keep on going, Joe, stay in. We'll give you all the notable names when we continue. But first, a word from my friends, the Piazza Auto Group. We're talking about Piazza Acura today, and specifically the 2024 Integra. It is the road and track performance car of the year. I was an Acura owner myself for 10 years, and the new Integra, by far the most striking model I have seen, well equipped with advanced safety and tech features, and also a lot of the trim that you get in a luxury vehicle, a high-performance adaptive damper system, Wi-Fi hotspot capability, and a 16-speaker premium audio system. Check them out today online, piazzaacura.com, or you can test drive the new Integra at Piazza Acura in Westchester, Ardmore, or Reading, and tell them Nick Kayal sent you.
2 legends, 1 can. Jack and Coke, the #1 cocktail in the world, is now available in a can. Jack Daniel's Tennessee Whiskey mixed with Coca-Cola or Coca-Cola Zero Sugar are available in a can. Is there any better time than summer grilling season for a cold Jack and Coke? Jack and Coke in a can. Born for the backyard. Available at your local PA Fine Wine and Good Spirits store. Go to finewineandgoodspirits.com. Please drink responsibly.
Whiskey Specialty, 7% ABV. Jack Daniel Distillery, Lynchburg, Tennessee. Jack Daniels and Old No. 7 are registered trademarks of Jack Daniels Properties, Inc. Coca-Cola is a trademark of the Coca-Cola Company.
Now, your Live Nation lineup.
Don't miss these upcoming shows.
Check out Ellen's last stand-up on July 31st at the Academy of Music. Plus, see James Taylor and his All-Star Band at The Man August 30th. Then see Ringo Starr and his All-Star Band at The Man September 24th. Plus, check out Mike Birbiglia on October 11th at the Academy of Music. Don't forget, Ellen, James Taylor, Ringo Starr, and Mike Birbiglia. For tickets and info, go to livenation.com.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Getting quality employees to fill positions in your company is essential, but finding those people can be a major hassle, unless you use ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter makes finding quality people a breeze. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. With ZipRecruiter, 1 click sends your job to hundreds of top job sites. But more than that, ZipRecruiter's advanced technology identifies the candidates with the skills you need, sends you a list of great matches to review, then actively invites them to apply for your job. And the results speak for themselves. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's right, the first day. Now you can focus on your business and let ZipRecruiter do the work finding the best people for you. See for yourself. Experience the ease, efficiency, and power of ZipRecruiter for free. Just go to ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When you look at your kids or grandkids, you can't help but wonder. You wonder what their world will be like in 20 years. Then you think about yourself. What will your life be like when you step away from work and into retirement? There are a lot of things you can't control, but with the right planning, there are some things you can. At Spectrum Wealth Partners, our Portfolio X-Ray is designed to show you how you're doing so far and what your monthly income will look like in the future. In other words, they can take you from wondering to knowing. So take control of your financial future. Call today for a complimentary evaluation. 856-322-8686 or at SpectrumWP.com. And tune into The Retirement Spectrum with Alan Cohen, Saturdays at 3 here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Advisory services offered through Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Concurrent Investment Advisors, LLC, and Spectrum Wealth Partners are not affiliated companies.
Don Stensland this morning at 10. Kayal and Company now on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and the free Odyssey app.
Kayal and Company, 8:52 Thursday morning. Dawn's Big Three to kick off the 9 o'clock hour. And then all of those that are still riding with Biden or Joe should go, we'll give you the updated list. Families Behind the Badge in studio at 9:30 as we get ready for another great endeavor coming up on Sunday with our Bend to the Shore bike ride. Coming up Sunday morning, 855-839-1210. We'll wrap up the hour here with a couple of your calls. Let me go to Mike in Abington up next. Mike, you're on Talk Radio 1210. Mikey.
Hello?
Hello, Michael. Go right ahead, sir.
Hi. Well, it's Frank from Abington. That's okay.
Okay, I'm sorry. I had Mike on my screen. Go ahead.
That's okay. No problem. Hey, look, first-time caller. Been listening for years. Great show. But what I heard made my ears bleed. The Joy Reid cut where you said where she said Trump's photo opportunity on Saturday night. Did I get that correct?
Yeah, she had the audacity to say that.
You guys cannot let that go. That's just a commentary that has to be taken apart. I defend her right to my death for her right to say what she said, but the reality is she's calling that a photo op.
Mm-hmm.
She has to defend her words.
Yep.
She has to come out and explain how in the heck that she can that there's a man died in front of his family.
Right.
Two people were critically wounded. What sorry, getting a little emotional here, but
yeah,
a photo op.
Yeah,
when people die.
Yeah, 9 seconds.
Was the Zapruder film? Seriously, was the Zapruder film a campaign ad for JFK's reelection?
Yeah.
Was James Brady's nearly mortal wound a photo op when Reagan was assassinated? Yeah. Don't let her off the hook.
No, that's what we said. Like, why would you sit there? Right. Yeah, the 9 seconds and the whole photo op that he's like, she claimed like he's almost sitting there posing. That's why I brought up the photographer's comments earlier, saying that we should stop circulating and sharing the iconic photo, as good as it is, because it's free PR and publicity for Trump. That is such an outrageous. Like, I don't know how you even arrive at that conclusion, other than the fact that you just have such a disdain and hatred for the guy. Like, I get it. TDS is a real thing, but I would figure that would subside when the guy gets grazed by a bullet. And to your point, Frank, somebody else died, right? Instead of talking about that person, or instead of criticizing the sick nature of the shooter, you've had some of these people like Joy Reid. Well, I need to see the medical report. It was a shard of glass. It was a photo op. That is the level of sickness. And I don't know if it's real or if it's an act, but either way, it's indefensible.
For those of you just tuning in this morning, first of all, where have you been?
Yeah.
This is what Frank in Abington was talking about. This is cut 10, Phil, if you want to bring this up one more time. What Joy Reid said last night. Cut 10, go.
Here's the question that I have on that. These two men are both elderly. Donald Trump is an elderly man who, for whatever reason, was given 9 seconds to take a iconic photo op during an active shooter situation. Weird situation. We'll figure that out one day. But his survival of that.
So Joy Reid gets away with saying that, but let me just flip the script and I'll keep it with a female on another network. Let's just say that was Dana Perino on Fox News. What do you think the left would be saying today? But because Joy Reid's on the left saying that about somebody on the right, it's not even, you have to wait for like a Frank in Abington to point it out.
Yep.
No, I don't know how much more I could say about this nasty, ugly-hearted woman.
Mm-hmm.
I play her clips pretty much every day and rip into her. We all do. This woman is a racist. She's a homophobe. She's a hater. She's ugly. And she's not a stupid woman. She clearly knows that this is a legit news story. That's not what this is about. She's just trying to do anything and everything as a political partisan hack to try to spin this in a way to try to even influence other small-brained individuals or weak, lame individuals in the other lamestream media to try to influence them to not show these images as much. That's what she's trying to do.
Yep.
But she is, I don't know of any in the history, I'm just trying to think of anybody else in the history of American media who has a more hateful, ugly heart than this woman. And the fact that they keep her on the air, seriously, we should all challenge the FCC for their federal licensing. I'm not even kidding.
They yanked Morning Joe, but they don't yank her. I mean, it's like splitting hairs here. Who's more reprehensible? But I would say the way she presents her reprehensible commentary might actually be worse than Morning Joe. Yet she's still on the air. Wonder why. 855-839-1210. We'll come back, get Dawn's Big Three, and then the list continues to grow. Joe Biden facing pressure and reportedly open to stepping down. Back after this, Hour 4 is next.
You can host the best backyard barbecue when you find a professional on Angie to make your backyard the best around. Connect with skilled professionals to get all your home projects done well. Inside to outside, repairs to renovations. Get started on the Angie app or visit Angie.com today. You can do this when you Angie that.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better.
You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge.
Oh, you people are wonderful.
Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee.
I hear better than I ever thought possible.
Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to JabraEnhance.com/try. That's JABRA Enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Cherry Hill Volvo Studios, where relationships matter. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Are you worried about the state of the economy? Concerned about market crashes and rising inflation wiping out your savings? At Noble Gold Investments, we understand your fears and have a solution. Call us today at 1-888-403-1050. Imagine safeguarding you and your family with a tangible asset that has stood the test of time. Gold. With Noble Gold Investments, you can diversify your portfolio and protect your wealth from economic turmoil. Our team will guide you through the process process ensuring you make informed decisions that best suit your needs. Call Noble Gold Investments today at 1-888-403-1050. That's 1-888-403-1050. The future is uncertain. Take control now. Call 1-888-403-1050.
Past performance may not be indicative of future results. Investing in precious metals, including gold, involves risks. Consult with your tax attorney or financial professional before making an investment decision.
Dan owed an unbelievable amount of money to the IRS.
I got behind on my taxes. It's a horrible feeling.
He was in denial.
And when I got those letters from the IRS, you wanted to act like they didn't exist.
Finally, Dan turned to Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima got me a settlement with the IRS. These people are really people-friendly. It was every bit of a new lease on life for me.
The fast action and the great results made Dan's head spin.
I felt like I was in a dream, but it's real, and I have paperwork to prove it. They got the job done, and life is good.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation.
If you're worried about what's going to happen with the IRS, stop worrying. Make the call now.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Are you tired of that dated old kitchen or bathroom? Ready for a refresh? You need to give my friends at Kitchen Magic a call. They've been transforming spaces quickly, beautifully, and affordably since 1979. From refacing to custom cabinets, backsplash, counters. Yes, you can get the kitchen you want now. Right now, they're offering 12 months of no payments, no interest financing, plus 10% off your remodel. Schedule your free in-home design consultation today. KitchenMagic.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Don't let a cold, sinus infection, or allergies ruin your day. Breathe easier, sleep better, and feel healthier with Navage. Visit Navage.com. Walmart, Walgreens, CVS, or a store near you.
Hey, Percy, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Remember to take us anywhere with the free Odyssey app.
Kayal Company, 9:04 as we continue hour number 4, Thursday morning. Nick, Dawn, and Greg, 855-839-1210. Take us with you on the free Odyssey app. Watch us on YouTube. Download the podcast. Tell your friends, your family, your loved ones. Spread the word. That's what we like. Morning mystery movie clip in just about 15 minutes. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation in studio in about 25 minutes. It'll be the first time we've seen Stephanie Mack since December. It's
true.
When we all gathered for Marissa, Officer Fitzgerald's widow, who gave that courageously strong speech on a chilly evening in December.
Do you think she's going to give me, I'll just say crap for bowing out of the bike ride?
I mean, this whole audience should, honestly. Yeah, I would.
But Dawn, I'm injured.
I'd hammer away. Keep
The
pounding.
funniest comment was about, I was like, Greg has a thong. Somebody said you need to pull up your thong straps. And
Can somebody Photoshop a stalker in a thong?
Oh, my gosh.
We've got people out there with capabilities.
So
GregStalkerSucks.com. Please donate when we get to $20,000. Somebody actually, I think it was Craig Miller, which I believe is our buddy from Maryland. He said that he would, if we can get to 19,000 by Saturday, he will donate the remaining $1,000. But I need to drive an electric bike next to you in spandex,
An electric bike,
and hydrate you.
Will you have any charging ports along the way?
I don't know. I don't even know what an electric bike is.
I don't either. You should get a scooter. So it'll be good to be in studio. We'll have Stephanie in there, and she got us a bunch of drinks when we were out that night, too.
She did.
Yeah.
She did.
She was a good time.
She's a great time. Yeah.
Yep, no doubt about it. All right, let's get to some of the news. 9:05 as we continue. Time for a Dawn Stenzel and Big 3 at 9.
It's the Big 3 at 9 on Kayal Company.
Big 3 at 9, and we are sponsored by Budget Blinds this morning. An epic failure. That's what many advocates, Pennsylvania parents, infuriated after looking through the budget deal passed here in Pennsylvania. Finally, it was late, but including no requirements for districts to shift their literacy instruction. This has been a huge issue with Philadelphia schools, for example, ranked 4th from the bottom in reading of across the nation of big cities. So we are among the worst, we have the worst quality schools, and especially in reading issues in the nation. 71% of fourth graders in Philadelphia are not reading at grade level.
That's remarkable.
The statistics are devastating.
You just wonder how much of that is, COVID impact with virtual, and how much of that was bound to happen regardless. I mean, you think about some of the states in this country that are behind in so many categories. How can Pennsylvania be worse in places, with all due respect, and I have a soft spot in my heart for the South, states like Mississippi, states like Arkansas that are really, really depressed states. Yeah, pretty remarkable.
Well, and to your point, so does this come down on Governor Josh Shapiro, who promised a lot? But in this one, what are we talking about here? Spending money on requiring schools to use, evidence-based reading curricula. So training the teachers properly in structured literacy that would emphasize instruction in skills like phonics. We know phonics works.
Yeah, hooked on phonics worked for me.
And so, but many, I think California was the first back in the day to pull phonics for whatever reason. It was a huge failure, and people started realizing that. So, they've done studies, they've done the stats over the years, but also something simple like screen all children in kindergarten through 3rd grade for any reading deficiencies. That's not even included in the state budget in these new initiatives.
Very interesting.
So it's the answer that we were given. The public answer was, well, it's going to cost more money. I'll point out that when you look at the spending on every student, and that includes all the spending, whether it's local money, state, federal, it's $23 grand per child, and that is the highest or close to the highest in the nation spending.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact they're saying, well, this would cost more money, shows you. I mean, many are saying, no, this just reveals the level of bureaucracy, failures, patronage jobs. Where's all the money going?
Sounds like a great ad for school choice, Dawn.
Amen, brother. We do have all these new developments that we've highlighted some of them as far as the case of Timothy Matthew Crooks, who is the accused wannabe assassin, tried to assassinate former President Donald J. Trump this past Saturday in Pennsylvania. And Pennsylvania and Butler County, they're remaining in the focus of all of the conversations nationally, all of these probes, and we keep hearing about all of the Biden departments at a level of the federal government looking into this, locally as well. So there are many layers here. We know that Monday, the House of Representatives, they're holding different conversations about it, different investigations. But here's one of the new developments, and that is the timeline. So that a 20-minute gap has been confirmed by multiple sources, adding that at one point, the wannabe assassin was peering through his rangefinder, we've talked about, at the snipers who were looking back at him and saw him, and that's what they're confirming here. And so the fact that he had been identified as a person of interest for more than an hour before ever pulling the trigger, many are outraged by this.
Yeah.
And all of the confirmation we're hearing after he fired his first shot, the snipers did finally take him out within 26 seconds.
Yeah, forget about eliminating the threat by killing him. Had you have just acted on instinct, proper training, and perhaps protocol, you could have went up to the guy, arrested him, questioned him and then arrested him. Hey, what's the deal with the rangefinder? Then you would have found the backpack. You would have found the gun. He never would have made it to his car. This is so avoidable. The more details I get more infuriated.
Yes.
Yeah.
And to your point, and that's why all these conspiracy theories are out there, as everybody looks at the timeline. And clearly law enforcement is infuriated, because where do you think the leaks are coming from?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
This is good information, right? So those on the inside don't appreciate that. As somebody said on our group chat, Keystone Cops. And so I think the police at the local level, at the national level, all state police, by the way, Pennsylvania State Police,
mm-hmm.
I think they have a different story to tell.
Yep.
And so when you see leaks at this level, I can simply tell you it represents frustration on the part of law enforcement.
Yep. Well said.
So we've talked about the shot heard round the world. We heard that over the weekend. I think, we've talked about that this week. The shot heard round the world as far as what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania this past Saturday, obviously referring to that opening shot of the battles of Lexington and Concord in the spring of 1775, sparking the American Revolutionary War.
I thought you were talking about when my ankle popped when I rolled it.
I thought you were talking about a baseball game.
It's not about you.
I'm sorry.
So when we think about the shot heard round the world.
And no, that's not a shot of whiskey I took at the bar last night either. That's a different shot.
Phil Almquist, I know you have this. I sent you this video because here's proof that this has become an iconic moment, not just in American history, but world history. Take a look at this video posted by the little guy who identifies himself as the president of Young TikTokers, a boy from Uganda named Blood Oog. These are little actors, and these are tiny children.
Look at you queuing up your own video.
Wow, look at that.
Here.
Armed with fake weapons that are made of wood.
So they're reenacting what happened to Trump?
Reenacting exactly.
Yeah. Oh, my God.
Look at this.
And they can't even spell Donald Trump correctly. It's Donald.
In their language.
They dropped the D.
Donald. And so you see these little actors. Look at the choreography here.
I know.
And so the one who plays Trump and he has, by the way, 288,000 plus followers on TikTok.
Wow.
Hold on. Is that the sloped roof right there?
They reenact the slope roof.
Where did this happen?
This is Uganda. And so there are many confirming that these are Ugandan children using wooden homemade rifles, a podium made of plastic boxes. And they act this out and choreograph everything. So not only that they're there together and then the shooting, they all duck.
Wow.
Then they evacuate. They lead out the mini Trump, who's our little friend, who's the president of Young TikTokers.
That is an amazing video, by the way.
Then you see the pretend bodyguards. Yeah. And then our little Blood Oog, the president of Young TikTokers. And look at he raises his arm like Trump, fight. And he shouts, fight back, fight back. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Has Karine Jean-Pierre dubbed them extreme MAGA terrorists?
By the way, look at the background of that. Uganda looks like a lovely place to visit.
Yeah. Did Trump ever call it an S-hole?
Don't they still have like cannibals and stuff in Uganda?
But think about these kids are inspired.
Yeah.
They're inspired by Donald, fight back, fight back. So is he seriously inspiring, I don't know, the revolution for democracy, for a republic around the world? I mean, I don't know.
Are we prepared to call Uganda the 8th swing state?
Well, I would love to see, ironically named Joy Reid, try to stifle these kids.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So she can't stifle it.
No. All right, so what's more in play, New York or Uganda? Poll question.
Phil, play the video one more time because there's a lot of
power
people
of the internet, man.
Tuned into YouTube just to see it.
Look at these little.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, everybody ducks.
Yep.
And then they get up. They have guns made of wood.
Yeah.
Look at that.
It's pretty amazing, man.
Yeah.
Those kids are what, man, maybe 7, 8, 9.
These are little kids.
Yeah.
These are not middle school. These are grade school little children.
There's laundry hanging on the line. Boy,
Yeah.
That is a poor ass country.
Yeah.
But that's just it. Think about what you're saying.
I know.
These are kids who are like J.D. Vance, growing up in poverty, but in a different place.
Okay, it's a little growing up poor in Uganda is a little different than growing up poor in Ohio.
This is like Chris Rock said.
Can we not?
Chris
Can we
Rock
not compare the two?
Remember the line from Chris Rock when he said, in America we don't know poverty. We're not like as Chris Rock said, fly on the lip poor.
Yes, that's Uganda.
Uganda.
I'm not talking about Nikki's lip either.
But this is why this right here. This is part of the reason that I think that the nasty, hateful, joyful reads of the world want to shut down these images because people are inspired by this. It's a revolution.
Mm-hmm.
Can I just say one thing too about what you said about Joy Reid? And I know you nobody likes her. I mean, nobody watches her on MSNBC. She's basically a nobody. But like, she can say whatever she wants to. You just don't have to watch it. If you don't like what she says, turn it off.
Yeah.
But here's the thing. Of course, she is free to speak, right?
Yes.
But look at how
say awful things, and then
why doesn't our government go after her? Like they
why does our government have to go after anybody?
Well, that's my point. The government when
you don't say the government should go after her.
The FCC and CIA and others who were their former people hired, they were colluding with major social media companies to shut people down. And so this hateful woman with her hate speech,
yes,
her
she's
racism,
hateful. She's awful.
She is,
of course,
has a cold heart, and by the way, makes a ton of money, is privileged.
Nobody.
By the way,
Greg, people do watch her on the other side. People do think,
what time slot is she? Who does she go head to head against on Fox?
7 p.m. So she's against Laura Ingraham.
She replaced Chris Matthews, who everybody said that he did, I don't know, whatever he allegedly did. We never really heard. But, man, they canceled Chris Matthews probably because he was a white guy who made too much money. That's the truth. But this is who? Jimmy Matthews. I know you're listening. Why do they look at this racist, hateful lady who can say this horrible hate speech? I think, like, Chris Matthews should be saying, like, yo, I deserve my job back.
We are to blame as well. Let me finish. We are to blame on this radio station, myself, we are to blame as well as social media, because do you guys realize that at most, and I'm being kind, at most she has 100,000 viewers on MSNBC, which basically means nobody watches her. Literally nobody watches her. But
they see her on social media.
Her clips get circulated on social media.
Oh, we play them on the cut sheet.
So we just keep her going when nobody saw it in the first place. Yeah. Nobody saw her make that comment. Everybody saw it on social media.
When is she going to start playing our clips on her show?
Yeah, that's
come on, Joy. Let's do a little.
But I'm just saying that, like, I understand it, but like if you just kind of ignore these people, they'll go away.
Yeah, and you don't have to turn it off if you never turn it on.
It's true.
Or you could just shut your budget blinds, which sponsors our Big Three. Summer's a great time to brighten up the window treatments in your home. Budget Blinds, your one-stop shop for blind shade shutters, custom drapery, and motorization. Visit budgetblinds.com for a free in-home consultation. Get this on the calendar. Do this. And by the way, Budget Blinds has the one and only no questions asked warranty in the entire business, which is why Greg Stocker's and Steph Stocker's entire home is furnished with beautiful Budget Blinds.
The people at Budget Blinds were here yesterday. Lovely people.
Nice.
There you go.
There you go.
Look at that. I mean, Dawn gave you the news. She gave you opinion and commentary. She queued up her own video. And then seamlessly transitioned into the sponsor.
And she argued with Greg.
All in 14 minutes.
Greg usually triggers me in the morning, but this morning I was like,
I don't like calling for people's firing. I just don't. I don't like when the left does it. The left does it way more than the right does it. But I don't like calling for people's firing. Let the free market decide if these people are employed or not.
As J.D. Vance said last night in his speech, right?
Yes.
There you go. All right, 9:20. Let's get to our morning mystery movie clip.
And now, the morning mystery movie clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
I took your little plan and I turned it on itself. Look what I did to this city with a few drums of gas and a couple of bullets. You know what I noticed? Nobody panics when things go according to plan, even if the plan is horrifying. If tomorrow I tell the press that, like, a gangbanger will get shot, or a truckload of soldiers will be blowing up, nobody panics, because it's all part of the plan. But when I say that one little old mare will die, well, then everyone loses their minds.
Think you know what it is? Be caller 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
And the other person who didn't panic was the lady in the black hat behind Trump. I don't know, maybe she's in cahoots with Heath Ledger. If you can identify that movie, be caller 12 right now at 855-839-1210. You will win a 4-pack of tickets to see the Reading Phillies against the Hartford Yard Goats coming up in August in Reading. Caller 12, 855-839-1210. see if we get our winner on the other side. We'll get through some of these celebrities that have bounced on Joe, and then we will welcome in Stephanie Mack and the families behind the Badge Children's Foundation. All as we continue Thursday morning. Back after this on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Beat the Heat on Thursday, August 15th at 6:40 when the Phils host the Nats, and fans 21 and over take home a Miller Lite floppy hat. Order tickets now at Phillies.com. When the sun goes down, we turn the lights up. Fridays at the Bank continue on August 16th at 6:40 when the Phils face the Nats. Join the party and secure your seats at Phillies.com.
Fargo, your virtual assistant from Wells Fargo, makes banking faster and easier. Like this.
Fargo, what did I spend on groceries last month?
And this.
Fargo, turn off my debit card.
And this.
Fargo, what's my checking account routing number?
And that's just the beginning. Do you, Fargo? You can in the Wells Fargo mobile app. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/getfargo.
Fargo is only available on the smartphone versions of the Wells Fargo mobile app. Wells Fargo Bank N.A., member FDIC.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. We're halfway through July. Have you been putting off that family vacation because the economy's tough? Well, don't forgo the summer vacation. It's important to make family memories, and it's not too late. The Grand Hotel of Cape May, New Jersey makes getting away affordable and possible. The Grand offers you all the conveniences of a shore home with all the amenities of a full-service resort. For example, you can visit Hemingway's restaurant that's on site, and they serve the most incredible food for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. But if you want to just make the kids a PB&J sandwich, the Grand offers guest rooms, suites, and townhomes equipped with a kitchenette where you can just make the kids a sandwich. The Grand also has 2 huge heated pools, one outdoor and one indoor. You know, my kids love their pool, and they have an arcade, so if it rains, the kids still have something to do. I'm telling you, the Grand is my happy place for a reason. Book today, you won't be disappointed, and always book directly with them for the best rates. Book your stay by calling 800-257-8550 or grandhotelcapemay.com.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano for my friend, dentist and board-certified prosthodontist Dr. Robert Bentz and the Bentz Dental Group. His state-of-the-art facility makes your dentistry as easy as can be. Recently, they had a permanent tooth put in. And you know how it is. In the past, you bite down, it's too high. It's always too high. The back and forth getting it just right. Well, not this time. With Dr. Bentz, it fit perfectly the first time. Call the Bentz Dental Group now, 610-272-6949. Visit BentzDentalGroup.com, 610-272-6949.
Are you dealing with tax debt or unfiled tax returns and don't know how to make the problem go away? Is just the thought of dealing with the IRS giving you a panic attack? Let Legal Tax Defense take the pressure off of you. All tax relief companies are not the same, and all tax problems are complex and different. If you owe more than $10,000 to the IRS, the experienced tax attorneys and licensed enrolled agents can resolve the toughest cases. For over 15 years, Legal Tax Defense has been successfully negotiating settlements for individuals and businesses just like you. All of their online ratings are A+. Even if you've received a threatening notice from the IRS, facing a wage garnishment, or have had your bank account levied, it's not too late to call Legal Tax Defense for a free, no-risk consultation. Get peace of mind and security knowing you hired the best. Call Legal Tax Defense at 800-469-1635. 800-469-1635. That's 800-469-1635.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
Summer is here, which means pool days, beach trips, and yeah, you guessed it, traffic jams. Oh yeah, and heat waves. Don't let summer catch you by surprise. Get the local news you need, no matter what you're up to, with the free Odyssey app. And never miss a beat with alerts on breaking stories sent directly to your phone. Listen today on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. Free speech lives here. With Dom Giordano weekdays noon till 3. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT.
9:25, Kayal and Company as we roll on the Dawn Show in just over a half hour. Find out what she has on tap in about 25 minutes, what occurred today in music history, and we'll get ready for the bike ride in just a couple of minutes. Training completed yesterday, ready to go 4 days from now. Looking forward to that.
You're not going to do any more training?
I did 2. We did 10 miles. We were supposed to do a second, which was going to be 20 miles, and Dave Madden had a bad knee, so we canceled this past weekend, and we did 20 miles yesterday. So instead of 3 warm-ups, I got 2 in, but I did it last year. I probably overtrained. I'm undertrained this year. It'll probably take me about 30 minutes longer than last year, but I'll still finish.
Dawn, do you like this cockiness from him?
Played high school football, man.
No, I think he'll be fine. He's been training. He has a good trainer.
Yeah.
I know. Dave Madden's a great trainer.
Yeah.
Is Dave confident?
I'm worried about Dave. I mean,
Really?
he's rode his bike across the country, but he's got a banged up knee, and he'll be fine. But yeah, it's like we get these little rest stops every 15 miles, and you get 20 minutes to refuel, eat those frozen uncrustable peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, pound a Gatorade in the water, crush a banana real quick, and get going.
By the way, we're less than $2,500 to our $20,000.
I saw that.
Mark.
Yeah.
I mean, we're really getting there.
Yeah.
So Mark, I don't want to let the cat out of the bag because they'll be in here in a couple minutes, but Mark has he has a challenge for people to, if somebody donates $2,500, something to humiliate me.
Yeah. So. Well, some are saying on social media in the channels and things like that, if you really wanted to do it, you could just take a little cortisone shot, numb yourself up, and you could get through it. But, you've done it a couple of times.
I've done it, and you're 5 years younger than I am.
And you also know
your load.
And you know that you probably can't do it right now.
Can you take that away from him, please? My God. All right.
Jay is in Philadelphia. He's our morning mystery movie clip winner.
Save me, Jay.
It was a tough movie we gave you today, Jay. What was it?
Why so serious?
That's right.
That would be The Dark Knight.
That is correct.
Do you want to know how I got these scars, Nick?
Yes. Let's put a smile on your face, shall we? How's the Reading Phillies ticket sound for you, Jay?
Sounds great. My son's going to love it.
All right, brother. Thank you very much. We appreciate you listening and for playing. Yes, The Dark Knight, 2008, the second of the trilogy. Let's grab Ted in Swarthmore quick before we have our friends in studio. Ted, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Nick. Hey, real quick, we got to remember when we wanted to defund the police in regard to the Secret Service. There are a lot of good Secret Service people. Let's just let it play out. And my question is this. Do you think which one comes first? Benedict Arlen Spector coming out and telling us what happened at the JFK assassination, or the report from the head of Pepsi Security telling us what happened in the Donald Trump attempted assassination?
I'll take option C, neither, for 100, Alex.
Okay, well, here's one more. Is Greg's popped ankle, knee, whatever it is,
ankle, sir?
Is that a definite thing, like Joe Biden having COVID now, that he has COVID and therefore we can't see him anymore? And wasn't the virus of the unvaccinated?
Right. Remember that? Remember that?
I thought I heard that somewhere.
Well, I think the 8th booster will finally do the trick. But, yes, and for those that are wondering, Stalker is legitimately hurt.
Thank you, Nick Kayal.
He has shown Dawn through the glass window his ankle.
In the coffee room where the coffee machine is thankfully working again, he showed me it's all swollen.
Yeah.
And he's wearing an apparatus.
Thank you.
To try to support his ankle.
I just talked to Stephanie Mack, who is just an amazing woman and is, lost her husband, is going through life, you know what I mean? Like, way tougher than I am. And she goes, so you're going to wrap it and ride, right? I'm like, Stephanie, I'm hurt. You don't understand. By the way, Road Warrior wants to know where we're going to meet on Sunday, so we're not winging it like last year. We'll have all that information.
Yeah, we're doing a little logistics post-show today.
Yeah.
We'll have all your answers. Where to meet, where to get your jersey, transportation. That's the thing I'm worried most about. I just want to get a nice, comfortable ride home, because after riding that bike, the last thing you want to do is be on a bus, or it's not air-conditioned, or around a bunch of people you don't like. So that's why I'm not having my wife pick me up. But anywho.
Oh my God, you're.
I'm a gem.
You're a gem.
I know. Until Stephanie and Mark get in here, I teased this a couple of times. So let me just give you a couple of these names. The New York Post has all of the Democrats, the donors, and the celebrities that are either standing with Joe, unsure, or telling him to drop out of the race. Just to give you a couple of notable names, because the report is out there that Joe is now more open to stepping aside than ever before. There are 29 that the New York Post has identified as dropping out of the race. Most notably and most recently, Adam Schiff is atop the list. And then as you go down, you can read this. This is on the New York Post's website. I'll tweet it out if you want to check it out later. Abigail Disney, the heir apparent for the Disney family dynasty. Also New York City Lieutenant Governor Antonio Delgado. Rob Reiner, a.k.a. Meathead. Stephen King. Ashley Judd, and George Clooney. So those are some of the notable names out of 29 for saying to drop out of the race.
It's like a who's who of has-beens.
That's correct. It's one way to put it. The concerned category consists of 34 individuals, notably Nancy Pelosi. A couple of other names that will stand out to you if you hear them. Katie Porter. Go ahead, Greg.
Apparently she's saying, the new report is that she's saying she told Biden that he can't beat Trump.
Yeah.
So.
Corey Bush is in that category. J.B. Pritzker, Stephen Colbert, Jon Stewart, Seth Meyers, Katie Hobbs, Michael Douglas. And then lastly, the stay-in group is the largest group number-wise of 87 people that have been on record. Most notably, Senator John Fetterman, Raphael Warnock from Georgia. Let's see, Catherine Cortez Masto, Bob Casey in Pennsylvania, Bernie Sanders. Let's see if there's a few others that the audience, Sheila Jackson Lee. I'm looking for some of the names that we talk about on this show a lot. Rep. Ro Khanna, one of the Democrats that I kind of like. He's a very pro-First Amendment, free speech absolutist. Ilhan Omar on the other end of the spectrum of people that are just detestable. AOC, Whoopi Goldberg, Gretchen Whitmer, and New York City Mayor Eric Adams.
Wow.
Yes. And, of course, our favorite lady who likes to adjust her wig live in mid-interview, Maxine Waters. As we know, last week we played to that clip of her adjusting the hair.
Wig.
Can you imagine if he stays in after all of this, after all these people? I mean, like, what do they do? There's nothing they can do, right?
But there's just so much to him being so defiant and so egotistical and being a career swamp hack. I mean, you know, and you can say this about a lot of people where I've brought up the analogy in the past. Like, look at Joe Paterno, football coach, right? Mm-hmm. Look at some of these guys that they do this for 40 and 50 years, and it's all they know, and they have this routine every day, and it's their life. And then the moment they retire and they lose their ambition and their drive, They seem to lose their purpose in life. Some of them end up just perishing and legitimately passing away. You know, I know everybody's circumstances are different. I know Paterno, you know, got cancer, the whole bit. And then you factor in the other element of Jill. You know, Jill Biden, you know, she's power hungry as well. You know, she looks for, I want to be on the cover of Vogue and everything else. So you've got, you know, and then what have we been hearing? The gatekeeper, Hunter Biden, you know, the 54-year-old that is, you know, lucky to be in the situation he is, because if his name was Hunter Johnson, he'd be behind bars right now. They don't want to give this power up.
By the way, I would just like to say that I was on record starting back in January that I did not think it was going to be Trump v. Biden.
I mean, you're 2 millimeters and a couple of days away from maybe Joe dropping out from that, you know, possibly coming to fruition. Yep. And we'll see. All right, we'll come back and get Stephanie and Mark O'Connor in here and then put a bow on a Thursday show. It's Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Today, we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/value and unlock 50% off your order. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. You may know me from my book, Money Hacks. You may know me from my radio shows, and you may even know me from some of these commercials. But listen, I'm teaching stuff that people need to learn about money. In fact, my favorite topic is money. So go to investorschooling.com and you will learn things about money that you never even knew existed. We will teach you things about real estate, about the stock market, and about how to use your IRAs properly. Go to investorschooling.com and sign up for a complimentary class this Thursday night at 7 o'clock. That's investorschooling.com. This is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. Are you tired of hearing about the recession that's coming? Are you prepared for it? Well, listen, at investorschooling.com, we're going to teach you ways to prepare for the recession that you didn't even know existed. We're going to teach you strategies on how to use real estate. We're going to teach you strategies how to use the stock market properly. That's right, you can even make money in the stock market when the stock market goes down. Hey, go to investorschooling.com and register for a free class this Thursday night, and you will learn all of these techniques. Go to investorschooling.com right now, RSVP for this Thursday. We'll see you there.
Don't count on summer heat to melt away those extra pounds. That doesn't work. But here's something that does work, and that's NJ Diet. For over a decade, NJ Diet has helped thousands of people lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40 plus pounds in only 40 days. That's nearly twice as fast as weight loss injections and without any of those nasty side effects. NJ Diet uses your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with scans to personalize natural solutions and supplements to get you to shed that fat quickly. Then NJ Diet uses your DNA info to help you keep the weight off. No shots, no prepackaged meals, and no surgery. NJ Diet is fully supervised every step of the way to make sure you are burning fat and not just losing water. You even get the doctor's personal email and phone number. Locations close by are available from anywhere with live online video consultations. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or schedule your consult today at njdiet.com. That's njdiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Do you owe $10,000 or more in credit card debt or personal loans? With credit card debt at all-time highs, Debt Relief Advocates is urgently notifying consumers of debt relief now being made available, designed to aid consumers with out-of-control credit card debt. Those who qualify and enroll for this relief program will only have to pay back a fraction of what they owe. This is not bankruptcy or a debt consolidation loan. This is a relief program that credit card companies would rather you not know about, as it ends your debt nightmare and saves you lots of money. Consumers owing at least $10,000 in credit card debt or personal loans can now take advantage of this debt relief as the cost of living skyrockets. Debt Relief Advocates has established a relief hotline for you to call to learn what debt reduction you may qualify for, so don't wait. For this free information, call the Relief Hotline at 800-522-2174. 800-522-2174. 800-522-2174.
By texting 64,000, you agree to receive recurring automated marketing messages from Real Success. Message and data rates may apply. No purchase required. Terms apply. Available at ourrealsuccess.com.
Do you want to learn how to make money flipping houses and acquiring rental properties right here in Philadelphia? We're offering a handful of motivated individuals the opportunity to attend our workshop right here in Philadelphia for free. That's right, we'll give you 2 free tickets when you text INVEST to 64,000. Philadelphia is the perfect market to flip houses and build rental income. Discover the simple steps developed by Joe Arias, one of real estate's greatest rags to riches stories. You'll learn to flip properties and secure rental properties without using your own money and in your spare time. Don't miss this opportunity. Come to a complimentary live 2-hour workshop next week right here in Philadelphia and learn how to start making money flipping homes and building long-term wealth with rental properties. To get 2 free tickets, text INVEST to 64,000. Text in the next 10 minutes, and registrants will also receive a free copy of our Funding for Deals guide. Text INVEST to 64,000 for 2 complimentary tickets. Text INVEST to 64,000.
Calling on Blackwood to follow 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it now.
All right, welcome back. 9:40, it's Kayal and Company Thursday morning as we get set for the Bend to Shore bike ride. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation coming up this Sunday, joined in studio by Mark O'Connor from the Great Foundation, as well as the courageous, the strong, the entertaining, and the very charitable at a bar, Stephanie Mack, in studio. And as I said off the air, Stephanie, if I don't finish this year, it's because I'm about 8 pounds heavier than last year. And you're to blame for all those Stellas back in December.
False. You just kept coming up and said, I think I need a refill.
Yes, I do. I do. So we obviously have to talk about some serious things, but I do want to start with obviously the great aspect of this foundation and this charity and everything that you do, Mark. And you were just telling us during the break where Team 1210 ranks as far as fundraising. I think you said 14th.
Correct.
And we're
We're
right.
13.
And you, Stephanie's one spot ahead.
Oh, come on.
And about 20 riders ahead, I may add. They have about 30 riders on her team.
Yeah, we're not doing great with the riding. We're doing great with the donations, but we just we need more riders.
Yeah, we have what? Somewhere between I think 8 to 12 total riders.
I'm hurt, so I can't.
Yeah, Stocker's on the shelf. He's
But
been
you can
ruled
go down
out.
to the showboat and be there when we get down there. So I don't want to hear any more excuses.
Yeah, he could give
Or
me
you could be
maybe-
your personal cheerleader and have like a boombox as you ride down.
Yeah, there we go.
Dawn, are you hearing how I'm being put
Chastised?
upon?
Yeah.
Shamed.
Are we at 20,000 yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so Greg and I said we would be there at least at the showboat if we reached the 20.
Greg also
So
said he would
let's get
shave his
there.
legs if you made it to $20,000.
Oh, here. Oh my God.
Oh,
my
Thank you,
Lord.
Dawn, for reminding us about
So-
that. 20 grand,
We need
Greg.
the 20.
Oh my God.
And
Okay.
then
All
I
right.
will shave Greg Stocker's legs.
My legs?
Wow.
I thought you said you shave your legs.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll shave his legs
Right.
at the
There we go.
showboat.
Right
have
now.
fun.
Right now. Okay. Right now.
Right
if
now.
somebody donates $2,500 right now,
Then we got to do it.
I will shave my legs. Dawn can shave my
I
legs.
can shave. He's like the Amy Klobuchar of brand managers.
Wow. We'll have to live stream that then. at the showboat.
Oh,
And let's hope the YouTube stream doesn't go down when that happens, mysteriously. So bendtoshore.org is how you sign up to donate, to sign up to ride. Where do you feel like we are as we get 3 days away? I know I'm feeling pretty good. I'm ready. But just the anticipation of the event going off, how you feeling right now, Mark?
Yeah, everything's great. You know, a lot of little hiccups. We always have them, right? And we're figuring them out. We're going to be probably 2,400 or so riders.
Wow.
We're at about 1.3 million right now. Our goal's 1.5. I think we got a pretty good chance at that, especially if the listeners from your show call in and or go online and donate. So everything's going pretty smooth.
Looks like we're going to luck out weather-wise.
Big.
Temperatures 87, 88 degrees, won't be as humid. We're not going to have that heat wave. And again, when we go off at roughly 8 a.m., 7 a.m., it's not even close to the peak temperature. And
Nick's going to show up at 8.
I know.
Hey,
Where's everybody?
Where's everyone at?
I'm going to
and
be
he
like...
gets picked up on the road. And
I'm going to be like Travolta in that GIF when he's looking at their eyes like, where's everybody at? I'm the only one in the room. You guys will be at Hamilton by the time I get going. Stocker's going to have to give me a ride to catch up to you guys.
with his bum ankle.
Yeah, this is
come
dumb ankle.
on.
That's his gas pedal foot, by the way.
Stephanie, I'm injured. I rolled my foot like very courageous. I was saving I was saving a child from being hit by a car. I
Would have been a
ran
better story
out.
with a dog. That's fine.
Stephanie will get you a couple Modelos. You won't feel a thing. There you go.
Hey, Nick,
Whatever works.
the president gets COVID. Greg rolls his ankle.
Yeah.
I'm not saying
What's
there's
what's the third one?
similar
Yeah.
incidents here.
We've got presidents losing half their ear. This guy's got a sprained ankle.
Yeah.
He's out for 6 weeks.
Talk about tragedy, okay?
It's unbelievable.
I know the president is almost assassinated. The former president is almost assassinated, and he gets right up.
Yeah.
I roll my ankle on the streets of Long
And
Beach
he goes
Island,
like this.
and
in the air, and you're like, yeah, I can't do this.
and I'm on the shelf for 6 weeks.
Yes. Obviously, you mentioned the word tragedy. Stephanie, you've had to experience it firsthand, as many other widows and family members have dealt with an officer that they love, that they're married to, that's a father, a husband, a brother, a sister, you name it. I've had the pleasure now, I think this is either the third or fourth time chatting with you.
Mm-hmm.
Does it ever get easier to share this publicly? Is the pain the same every single time? I can't imagine what you go through, but I'd love to, get some insight.
Now, So this is the first time, second time I've seen you since the sentencing. The first time since she actually went to prison. So I think lately it's a little bit easier knowing that she's in prison now. So when our daughters saw her go behind the door, my oldest looked at me. I was like, "Are we safe now?"
Yeah.
And I said, "From her, yes. From the rest of the world, driving drunk, no." But it's different. So unfortunately, there hasn't been any other officers struck by a drunk. But there have been a lot of ones that have been targeted by shootings, whether it's, premeditated or just because they're pulled over. So every time that something happens in law enforcement, it's a little bit of a trigger in general. So it's different every single time. Nothing's cookie cutter. So obviously I have 2 children. Brittany was pregnant with Bryn when Brandon was killed as well. Chloe was not trying to air her stuff, but Chloe doesn't have a child, and you go every different way. And then you have Marissa, who has 4 children, and Chloe and Marissa both were widows by gunfire. So it's very different in every scenario, but yet we're still part of that club, and it sucks in general.
Yeah, you're a very strong, brave, courageous woman, and you mentioned Marissa, the widow of Officer Christopher Fitzgerald from the Temple Police Department. Great function, great gathering that we all had to wrap up 2023 in December, and she gave that great speech. I don't know how you pull off a speech like that, and she did it. And now in the news recently, Dawn has covered and broadcasted the fact that they will not pursue the death penalty in the case against the man who killed Christopher Fitzgerald. Just your thoughts on that as somebody who knows exactly what it's like to lose a loved one in law enforcement, and then a district attorney who doesn't go to the fullest extent possible.
Sorry. I remember when Marty was killed, I said of all the places that he could be killed, it had to be Philadelphia. I just knew right then and there I wasn't going to get justice. And even when Sergeant Fitzgerald was murdered too, it's no surprise that unfortunately the district attorney won't pursue anything. It's just utterly a disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, it's just sad to know that no one has our back as families and politicians at all. And it just, you want us to fight, and then you have people that don't back us, and we're like, why are we doing this? It's just, it's more draining than anything. Emotional, and sometimes the emotional pain actually trumps the physical pain.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not surprising to be disappointed again. And, I've talked to Marissa about this, and I can't imagine what it's like for Joel and Pauline, or any of the children either. It's just, their son, their father, their husband, of all the places to die, Philadelphia is not the city to do so, because you will be very, very disappointed with how justice is taken into consideration, because it's just not true justice.
Yeah. BendToShore.org, Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation, provides financial relief for the families of fallen and injured first responders and supports the Police Youth Alliance. So you will be riding on Sunday. Yes. So let me ask you, have you trained properly?
I've been on my bike a few times.
So I've been on twice. Was twice a few? 3, 4, 5?
Well, twice is a couple.
Okay.
So where's the money going into your grammar jar?
I don't. My wife doesn't let me carry cash. Do you take Apple Pay or
Our
Venmo?
new co-host, Stephanie Mack.
I was just
here.
gonna say. Do you want to do some radio show, Stephanie? Because
wow,
it's awesome.
Man, I'm in here taking shots now. It's unbelievable. So how many? Seriously, how many? What you've done? I'm going to say 2 rides and 15 miles. But you looking like you're in great shape. I think you probably don't even need the train, to be honest.
So I have done about 4 or 5 rides on my bike. I've done a lot more spin. And obviously I lift to keep the crazy out of my head.
Yeah.
Can I just ask you something really quick? Because you talked about triggers.
Yes.
When that happened, I mean, there were Pennsylvania State Police, obviously part of what happened Saturday, the attempted assassination, and we have the funeral upcoming for our 50-year-old Corey Compatore, who has been talked about, his wife speaking out. Was that something that you were that was for you? Just another piece of grieving because you understand what these families are going through?
That's a good question.
Loaded. I mean, anytime I think I've spoken to a friend about this, like it's 2024 and we're fed on chaos. I think if there's a day that nothing goes awry, I think that's called a unicorn at this rate. And I think I'm so prone to going, okay, another shooting happened. It's a numbing effect at this rate. Like I think I personally have my own dose of Novocaine almost daily. And I think what it actually took me back to was the Eric Frayne, Corporal Dixon, because that was right before Marty went into the academy and I was pregnant with Olivia at the time. And it's just, I can't fathom being in the mindset of, oh, I'm going to go personally hunt somebody.
Yeah. I remember that story vividly. That guy was on the run for 47 days.
Yep.
Eric Frayne. Yeah.
So.
I'm not sure how you guys do it, but kudos to you. You guys have way more toughness and courage than I ever will.
All right, so we're doing this, right?
Well, you got more courage than Greg because his
I
ankles
mean,
roll. At least you're doing the ride.
That's not a hard bar to surpass.
$2,500 right now, and I will Dawn will shave my legs on camera.
On camera
where
at
are we
the
doing this?
Okay.
Okay.
At the
showboat. At the showboat.
Showboat shave job.
$2,500
That's a
right now.
hashtag.
GregStockerSucks.com. GregStockerSucks.com. Go there right now and support this amazing foundation, all local. These guys are doing amazing work there. I've been supporting this for like 15 years.
And yet you're still not riding.
I've ridden. Man.
Stephanie and I are going to skip the first rest stop for Gatorades, and we're going to stop off for a Tito's double somewhere. And then
I'll see you in Hamilton.
We'll catch up with you guys in Hamilton.
All right, we have to go, guys.
FBBCF.org or Greg Stocker Sucks. Either one.
Great to see you guys in studio.
Good to see you.
We'll see you Sunday.
See you Sunday.
All right.
so much.
Hopefully we see you at the finish line. Hopefully you see me at the finish line and I make
It's
it.
unbelievable.
All right, stay tuned. The Dawn Show is up next. Everybody have a great rest of your Thursday, and we'll see you tomorrow morning at 6 a.m.
At Cherry Hill Volvo, we are offering to qualified buyers a maximum discount of $13,176. This offer is good on all 2024 XC90s in stock. $13,176. Plus, the Cherry Hill Volvo 2024 model year sell down. Pricing and attention to detail